Good morning. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Paul Gogan, Zahir Bayat, and Dylan Reed. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer is Sabrina Salentino. We acknowledge the land that we are meeting on as the traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third-party parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. Committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on the speakers in the hearing room first and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes from last meeting?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. So we don't have any minutes for adoption for today.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest by members or staff? Seeing none. Any deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see any requests for deferral for this morning's items, and I don't see any items to be closed for this morning's items.
Great, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be piloting an operational change at our hearing this morning. We will now begin with the review of the agenda. To ensure a fair and timely hearing, we will review the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant agent that wish to address the committee. We will call each item in the order listed on the agenda and will ask for individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If there are no people in interest, the item will be called in order of the agenda for non-contested applications. We will begin with item number 147 Westminster Avenue. There are registered speakers for this item, so we will hold this item. Item number 2, 105 Campbell Avenue. There are registered speakers, so we will hold this item. Item number 3, 601 CARLAW Avenue. I see no registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation? See no presentation, then we can go into this item.
Thank you, Sabrina. This is item number 3, which is 601 CARLAW Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a one-story ancillary building, a detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway. Committee has before it a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, email correspondence from Transportation Services, and an advisory report from Metrolinx. Do we have the agent?
Yes, at this time, we will unmute the agent.
In committee, my name is Max Murchison, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowners on 601 CARLAW Avenue.
Good morning. As you heard, we don't need a presentation today. Before we, panel, any questions? Before we take it into committee, is there anything you'd like to share with the committee?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're in committee. Panel? Anyone have any comments, or Dylan, motion?
I'll make a motion. Given the unusual structure here and that transportation is fine with this proposal, I move that we accept the variances.
Is there a Metrolinx condition, or is it advisory?
Advisory.
It's an
It's
advisory.
advisory?
Just an advisory.
Okay. Great. Motion by Mr. Reed to approve, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed with item number 4, 27 GLENAYR Road. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation?
We don't need a presentation, but we need to discuss the forestry recommendation to refuse one variance.
Sure. So we can move into this item.
Great. Number 4 is 27 GLENAYR Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition, a partial 3rd-story addition, a front ground floor balcony, a west side porch and stairs, and rear covered patio. Also to construct a new in-ground swimming pool in the rear yard. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, and presentation materials from the agent. We also, as Dylan pointed out, we have a staff report from forestry recommending refusal of variance number 5. Is the agent here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the agent at this time.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Barnett. If you could give us your full name and address, please.
Yes, good morning, members of committee and staff. My name is Ava Barnett with SMPL Design Studio, 15 Colborne Street in Hamilton.
Okay, Ms. Barnett, you're aware, of course, I think, of the forestry recommendation with respect to variance 5. Maybe you could give the panel a very, very brief overview of what your interpretation of that is.
Sure. I didn't hear at the very beginning. Did you need a presentation, or you have everything?
Just a short one. I think we're comfortable with the application, but there is a forestry recommendation to refuse variance number 5. So if you could
That's
just
right.
kind of address that for us, please.
Okay, so I am in receipt of the forestry comments and I have had a chance to go through them. They do want to request denial for the proposed rear yard setback to permit this pool. I have been in contact with the owners of the property and they are willing to remove this variance request.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Panel, any questions on this one? I've just got a note in my notes about the screening for the balconies. Those are just balconies facing the street, are they?
That's right.
Okay, so that's fine.
One is existing.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions, panel? Seeing none. Is there anything further, Ms. Barnett, you want to add before we go into committee?
No, if you're satisfied with without the presentation, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we're in committee.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, are there revisions to the application
Well,
then?
I think she was removing the variance 5. Maybe else could confirm. Ms. Barnett, are you confirming that you're removing variance number 5?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, panel? Mr. Byatt?
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. It's reasonable. None of the variances egregious in any way. And with the removal of variance number 5, it eliminates the condition that forestry had placed. So I'd like to move approval of this application as amended.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Gogan. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can move on to item number 5, 117 to 127 Broadway Avenue. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation?
No, but I want to discuss adjusting the purpose of the
Sure,
application.
yes, okay. So we can move forward with this item.
Okay. Item number 5, 117 to 127 Broadway Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing development standards as approved under site-specific zoning bylaw 973-2020, an LPAT decision, and 974-2020, another LPAT decision, by reducing the amount of visitor parking spaces from 32 spaces down to 2 spaces. Committee has before it a copy of the plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice received March 19th, 2024, covering letter from the agent, decision number A1140/22 TEY affecting the subject property, an arborist report, a parking supply assessment report, presentation materials from the agent, and site-specific bylaws with respect to this subject property. We also have correspondence from Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Last name is Bronskill, Bronskill, first initial D for David, here on behalf of the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Bronskill. I don't think, as you've heard, we don't need a presentation on this application, but one of the members has a question.
Yes, am I correct in believing that, in fact, the reduction of spaces is from 32 to 12 spaces?
I'm just going through, I just see the public notice, and then when you look to the actual variances, it would be 2 parking spaces would be provided for residential visitors plus 0.01 parking spaces per dwelling unit, total 12 spaces. So yes, it's a total of 12 spaces.
Right, so can we revise the purpose of the application to from 32 spaces to 12 spaces?
No concern from my perspective, sir.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Panel, any questions of Mr. Bronskill? Okay, Mr. Bronskill, we're comfortable with the application. We've read all the material. With that clarification, we're going to take it into committee. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we do that?
Only 2 things, sir. One, your colleagues in North York approved the same variance last week for a project just directly across the street on Broadway. And secondly, I'm always clear on these applications, we're implementing the new council standards. So it's not a further reduction below that approved by City Council. this project was simply approved before that most recent parking bylaw, and that's the reason for the reduction, sir.
Great, that's helpful, thank you. All right, we're in committee. Panel? Mr. Gogan?
Yeah, I'll move this to approve this application. The backup material from the traffic consultant, as well as what Mr. Bronskill said about current standing of the bylaw. This is truly minor in nature, and I recommend we approve.
Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Gogan.
As revised.
Oh, as
revised
amended.
As amended to
As
12
amended.
spaces. Thank you.
Motion to approve the amended application, moved by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 612 Woodley Road. There are registered speakers for this item, so it will be held. Item number 791 Barton Avenue, there are registered speakers for this item, so we will hold this item. Item number 8, 11 Tullis Drive. No registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
Thanks. Item number 8, 11 Tullis Drive. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a rear basement walkout, rear ground floor deck, rear second-story balcony with an exterior staircase, and a rear third-story, rooftop terrace. This dwelling will have 3 residential units as a triplex, also to construct a 1-story ancillary building and detached garage in the rear yard. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received April 16th, 2024, correspondence from the agent. We have staff report from Urban Forestry and advisory report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in opposition from 6 Cuthbert Crescent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Suresh, you've been unmuted.
Yes, my name is Suresh Kalustian. I'm the agent for this application from HSK Design, and we're located at 1800A Avenue Road, Toronto.
Great, thank you. Panel, any questions? Zahir?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please. First question, you've got variance number 5, soft landscaping in the rear, 50% to 38.81. Is this an existing circumstance, or is this going to be post-construction?
It's actually a post circumstance. However, what we've done on the April 16th revised plans, we made all the hardscape past the rear wall of the house to be permeable pavers to help the absorption of water onto the property. And it's primarily from the driveway leading to the detached garage that's causing this.
So the area in front of the garage or leading to the garage will be permeable?
Correct.
Oh, good stuff. And the other piece, next question was related to the 3rd floor and 2nd floor terrace balconies that you have. My suspicion is that you might have privacy overlook on both sides of, I think it would be the east and west sides. So I would recommend privacy screening on both sides to 1.5 meters. Would that be an issue?
We've dedicated on the one side there where the staircase is. On the other side, we almost didn't feel the need to put one because the neighboring house is actually the owner's parents' home.
Doesn't matter.
So we didn't feel like it would, have any privacy issues there. So that's why we focused on the one side.
Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to have it on both sides because conditions change over time.
Okay. Yes, if that's a concern for the committee, then we'll put privacy screening there as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none. We're comfortable with the material. We're going to take it into committee, but before we do, is there anything further you'd like to share with us?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We're in committee. So here?
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move forward with a motion to approve this application. I think it's a reasonable one. The only conditions that I would attach is that the third floor and second floor terrace or balconies have privacy screening on both east and west sides to a height of 1.5 meters.
Would you be open to a friendly amendment just to tie it to the revised site plan? Because that has the
Absolutely.
permeable pavers in it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, motion to approve with those conditions, moved by,
Sorry, urban forestry,
Oh, 2 and 3, no, or 1 and 2.
number 1 and 2.
1 and 2. You
And
good with
forest- Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve with those conditions by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval with those conditions, sir. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to item number 9, 119 Pauline Avenue. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation? See none, then we can move forward with this item.
All right. Number 9, this is 119 Pauline Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. The existing rear 1-story addition will be demolished. The committee has before it a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and an arborist report.
At this time, we will unmute the agent.
Good morning, Mr. Hu.
Good morning, committee. This is Ye from YS Engineering in representing the homeowners. My address is 28 Average Drive, Markham.
Thank you. Sir, we don't need a presentation. Before we go into committee, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
So the only thing that I would like to share is for the virus 2. I think the city has made a minor mistake here. We don't need the bulletin virus 2 to be approved because our building is actually within the maximum building depths.
So, sorry, are you asking us to remove variance number 2?
Yes.
Okay. So your building is completely within the 17-meter requirement?
Yes, our building is actually below 10 meters depths.
10 meters?
Yeah, 9.68 meters. If you look at the drawing, page number 4. There's a.
So maybe there's a little confusion with the panel members. Maybe you could just give us a little short 1-minute overview, particularly focusing on the site plan and the length of your proposed dwelling.
Yeah. So, so the variance that was triggered here is maximum depth of the building. According to bylaw, our building depth should be within 70 meters, and based on the minor variance document provided by city, our building is 22.4 meters, but that is not the case. Our building is actually within 10 meters depths. So that's why we are asking to remove the bulletin 2. However, for the bulletin 1 and the bulletin 3 at the minor variance document, we were asking it to be approved here.
Can you just, for our benefit, can you just show us where the length is shown on any one of your drawings, just so we're all comfortable with what you're requesting?
Sorry, what we are asking to remove here is the building depth, not the building length here. So the building depth will be at architectural plan drawing, page 6.
No, I understand what you're asking for. No, he's talking about depth, not length. So it's actually the juxtaposition of the new dwelling on the lot, rather than the length of it.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant submitted a zoning review by the building division, so I think it would be in his best interest if that variance was kept.
Do you hear that? So I think we're not uncomfortable with your application generally, but we're a little concerned that if we remove that variance that was identified by the building department, it might put your application at risk.
Okay, then we would like to keep it for now, and it will be on the building department to decide whether we are going to be approved later or not.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best solution, and it's probably in your interest to do that.
Yes.
So just going back, so you would like to keep variance number 3, or number 2, pardon me.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Panel, any questions? Are we okay with the soft landscaping in the rear?
Perhaps just a quick question, if I may, Chair. Variance number 1, the soft landscaping, is that an existing circumstance?
No, that will be the future circumstance after approval.
So this is going to be a reduction from what might be there at the moment?
Yes.
What was the existing soft landscaping coverage?
The existing soft landscaping was showing, let me see.
There's the wood deck.
They've got a deck now?
One-story frame addition and the wood deck removed.
The existing landscaping is at 26.3 square meters, which is 50% of the landscaping area.
Sorry, so it's 50, existing was 50%, you're proposing 33.04.
Yes, existing is 50%.
So from, sorry, if I understood you correctly, it's 50% down to 33.04.
Yes, correct.
That's quite a reduction. And I am looking at your site plan and I notice there's a fair bit of existing interlock at the back.
The interlock will be removed to the soft landscaping area.
Is there no way you can improve the soft landscaping? Because 33 down from 50 is quite significant.
Since the area is in a narrow space, and that's the only place we would like to add it here, and I don't see anywhere we can add more soft landscapes, because besides the house area, everything else is soft landscaping.
Yeah, it's just, I'm not too comfortable with that level of reduction.
Are you parking a vehicle back there off the laneway?
No.
Okay. Would you be able, or would your client be able to introduce permeable pavers for all or portion of that to bring you up to the required 50%? Or it wouldn't count for it, but at least it might be a nominal attempt to improve permeability.
Yes, we would like to.
Okay. For the entire, so you tell us what portion of your rear yard would be permeable pavers?
Actually, we would like to have all the backyard to be permeable pavers, except the residential unit. So yeah, anything that we would need to bring up to the 50%, we would like to do, but I'm just not quite sure that because in the soft landscaping calculation we had here, we already had the existing interlock counted as soft landscaping. So I don't see if we can bring up the percentage here.
Your existing interlock would have been considered hard landscaping, right? So those grassed areas on your site plan, those would be soft. But if you were to, if what we're hearing is you're planning to remove and replace the existing interlock with permeable pavers, so here, would that be something you'd be comfortable with?
Yes, we would
better, yeah.
okay with that. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, panel? All right, let's go into committee. Is it here?
Sure, Chair, I'll take this. It's a very fairly straightforward application. The only concern I had was with variance number 1, the reduction in soft landscaping. So the condition I'd like to add is that based on the site plan, description at the back, existing interlock, that the existing interlock in the rear be replaced with permeable pavers. That would be the one condition attached.
Motion by Mr. Byatt, seconded by, do I not have a seconder? Mr. Reed? All in favor? You have your approval with that condition. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we can proceed with item number 1099 Bartlett Avenue. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none?
Item number 10, 99 Bartlett Avenue. The purpose is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by reconstructing the front stairs and enclosing the front porch. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and one photograph of the subject property. We have staff report from Urban Forestry and correspondence and support from 105 Bartlett. Oh, hello, good morning.
Morning.
Your name
Yes.
and address, please.
So I'm the homeowner. My name is Andrea Rinaldi, and it's 99 Bartlett Ave.
Great, thanks so much. As you've heard, it's a fairly straightforward application. The panel doesn't need a presentation.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
Not if there's no questions, then no, I'm happy for you guys to proceed.
Great, thanks so much. Thanks for coming down. This is a fairly straightforward application panel. We'll go into committee. Anyone want to take a stab at a motion? Dylan?
Yeah, this is very straightforward and a pretty standard thing to do. And it's really minor. So I move that we approve the variances.
There's forestry number 1.
Is there oh yeah, with forestry number 1.
You're aware of the forestry condition, I assume?
No, not. Maybe you could just clarify it for me. If it's on the portal, I'm aware, but
Forestry condition number 1 is you need to apply for a permit to
encroachment.
injure a tree?
A city tree.
City tree, it's on city property. So
Okay.
bringing your front porch enclosure, there's probably a tree on your front yard, right?
there is a tree if you look
Yeah,
at the photo.
so it's a fairly routine procedure. You just have to make contact Urban Forestry and ensure that they're comfortable with what you're proposing.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Motion by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 11, 257 Osler Street. We do not have any registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
Thanks, Sabrina. 257 Osler Street. This is an application to legalize and maintain the existing 2-story detached ancillary building, which is a 2-car garage in the rear yard. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan received April the 2nd, red line public notice from the agent, 4 photographs of the subject property, an order to comply affecting the subject property. We have reports from Metrolinx and from community planning. We have support, a 9-signature petition in support from owners occupants of Osler Avenue, Davenport Road, and Gillespie Avenue.
At this time, we will unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could have your name and address, please.
Yeah, it's Joseph Mazzatelli, 608 Oriole Parkway, Toronto.
Thank you. So you've submitted a red line public notice. Can we just, before we get into it, can we go through and make sure we have the proper variances? Can we go off the public notice? So we can walk through your variances and make sure we have the correct ones?
Yes, so the change that I've made is to increase the soft landscaping. And so that is in the red bar. We've increased it to 38% from, I believe it was 18. So that's an improvement. And the city planner is aware of that, and the city planner is not objecting to any of the other items.
Okay, so variance number 2, 3, and 4 are all unchanged?
Yes, they're remaining. They're quite minor. The there is no second floor. It's just a storage loft, as you can see in the section. And this structure was built prior to the current owner having bought the property, and he wasn't aware of these problems.
Okay, so that's the reason why this needs to be legalized.
Yes.
Okay, panel, any questions? Okay, sir, panel doesn't have any questions. We're going to take it into committee. Before we do so, is there anything further you'd like to add?
So just that in a proper laneway house, the height would be even taller, so that we're within the limits of what is quite acceptable in the area.
So the two-story aspect of the garage, the second story is used for storage?
Yeah, it's not a second story, it's just a loft space. It's just a platform, really. And the the interior stair is really just a ladder.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're in committee. Panel, any comments or a motion? Mr. Byatt?
Sure, thank you, Chair. When I first saw this application come through, I was a bit concerned about the second story as presented, but when you look at the drawings and the photographs, it really is a storage area, so I don't have any concerns with it, and it's the improvement in soft landscaping at the rear, I think is a very good step forward. So I'd like to move approval of this application as amended. There's a planning condition attached, if I'm not mistaken, yes. A planning condition, Metrolinx is just an advisory. So planning condition is the only condition attached to this application.
Okay. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Byatt with those conditions, the amended application moved by Mr. Byatt. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Gogan?
I'll second it with the standard condition about, standard note about building without a permit.
We'll make a note for the record that we don't condone construction of dwellings prior to getting a building permit for it. Thank you. All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 1223, Playter Boulevard. We don't have any registered speakers for this item. Do the members need a presentation? See none, then we can move forward with this item.
Thanks. Item number 1223, Playter Boulevard. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a rear third-story rooftop deck above the addition. The existing 2-story rear portion of the dwelling and a portion of the existing rear ground floor deck will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, 3 further photographs of the subject property and the adjacent dwelling at 25 Playter, an arborist report, and we have staff reports from community planning. We have correspondence and support from 32 Playter Boulevard.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
From C2C Design, we're presenting the owner. I'm aware of the planning
Hold it. Oh, we didn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. We didn't catch your name or your address, please.
My name is Baba Akizadi. I'm presenting the owner from C2C Design. Our address is 546 St. Clements Avenue.
Thank you. All right, sir. We have read all the material in this application. We're familiar with it. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take this into committee?
I just read the planning report. They recommending the privacy screen, and we are accepting that.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Panel? Mr. Gogan?
Yeah, I recommend that, mostly because they had talked to their neighbors, the planning staff only have the privacy screening requirement, that I recommend we approve this application with, and I don't think there's any landscape requirements. So as stated, with the privacy screening requirement added.
Okay, so motion to approve, subject to planning's conditions with respect to screening. Moved by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 13, 24 Oriole Gardens. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none? Then we can move forward with hearing this item.
Okay, item number 13, 24 Oriole Gardens. This is an application to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, one-story side addition, and a new rear ground level deck. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 10 photographs of trees on the subject property, a tree protection plan, and a staff report from Urban Forestry.
At this time, I'll unmute the agent.
Good morning.
I'm Hutchinson, the applicant. Basically, we're not really trying to do anything outrageous here. We feel it's very minor. We're squaring off the back end of the house. All of this two-story addition is being built on top of an existing two-story section and an existing terrace. We're just sort of squaring off the house. The same for the addition at the side. We're building on top of existing brick foundations. As for the landscape space, the yard's been landscaped forever and a day. Even if I didn't put that little deck in there you see in the drawings, I was still going to have some issues with green space. It's just not a very big space back there.
Okay, Pale, any questions? I got Hutchison. Did you have his address?
No, he'll have to state it.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Hutchison, yeah, could you just give us your address, please?
I didn't think the applicant had to. I'm sorry. It's Dan Hutchinson. On your paperwork, you have me at 185 Stephen Drive, but I have since moved to 111 Waldweg in Blackstock.
Okay, thanks. All right, panel, any questions? Zahir?
Just a very quick one. I think the first thing that struck me was the soft landscaping, and I think you've answered the question. I'm going to assume also that the materials below the deck are permeable, so I think I'd be happy with that.
Mr. Hutchison, I think the question was what's the treatment of the ground underneath the wood deck?
You know what? We haven't made a decision on that. To be quite frank, this is still in the preliminary stages.
So will it be concrete or will it just be open ground?
Well, the part I've got, this patio, I was thinking may potentially be pavers, interlocking brick, if you will.
Right,
I wasn't
you have a
planning
deck
on
and
brick
stairs,
slab.
so I think that's the question. There's a deck and stairs on your site plan.
Yes, there is. That was definitely the new.
So
There's already a flagstone patio out there in the backyard.
So here, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think just as long as there's permeability below the deck and stairs that allows for percolation, I'd be happy with that.
Oh, I'm sorry, below the deck and stairs?
Yes, yes.
Below the deck and stairs, I don't see why it couldn't be water permeable under there for sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Great, thank you.
Okay.
Right now, it says it's granular fill underneath the new platform and stairs.
There you
Granular
go.
will be great, yeah, thanks.
Okay, any further questions? All right, we'll take it into committee. Does anyone want to move the motion? Mr. Gogan?
I'll move this. It is minor in nature. I think the application's quite complete. Comes with a tree protection plan and the photos, and I'm going to look at Oriole Gardens. Yeah, and with forestry condition 2. It looks like a very good application and minor in nature.
Great, thanks very much. Motion to approve with that condition by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 14, 526 Euclid Avenue. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
Thanks. Item number 14, 526 Euclid Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing three-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition and a rear ground floor deck. Committee has before it a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice received on March 21st, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, and a cover letter from the agent. 2 form letters in support from 524 and 528 Euclid.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, Sean Galbraith here on behalf of the application.
Good morning, Mr. Galbraith. So we have some revision, a revision to this. Can you just kind of confirm from the public notice what that revision is?
I think it was the height of the main wall. It wasn't the what the actual height is. It was what the bylaw requirement was.
So this is variance number 2. Are you amending that one?
It's already been amended on the screen.
Okay, that's great.
So the original notice had the maximum permitted height of the rear main wall as 10.54. That was corrected by the zoning examiner, and so a second notice went out. The proposed structure didn't change.
That's great, thank you. Panel, any questions of the agent? Zahir?
Just one quick question, Chair, if I may. The deck at the rear, I'm just wondering if there's overlook issues, I believe possibly on the north side?
The deck is ground floor. There isn't an upper.
It's not on the 3rd floor, sorry, I think.
No, yeah. Normally you would see a little deck on that 3rd floor step back. In this case, there is not one proposed.
Terrific, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, anything further? Okay, Mr. Galbraith, it's fairly straightforward. We have no further questions. Before we go into committee, was there anything you'd like to share with us?
No, I think it's a pretty straightforward and, application like you usually see.
Okay. We're in committee. Mr. Reid?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve these variances. They're really very minor. They're totally in keeping with what's happening in the area, and the applicant has got the approval of both the neighbors, which I think is really great. So I move we approve these variances.
Okay. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can proceed with item number 15, 807 Bloor Street West. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
Great. Number 15, 807 Bloor Street West. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story building by constructing a rear 2-story addition and converting the existing 2nd and 3rd floors of the building from a residential use to a commercial use for the expansion of the existing veterinary clinic within the building. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Decision number B0064/11TEY affecting the subject property. An arborist report. We have reports from staff reports from Urban Forestry and correspondence and opposition from 353 Harvard and 809 Bloor Street West.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning. My name is Tony Henriquez. I'm 543 Concord Avenue in Toronto, and I'm the applicant for this application.
Okay, panel, any questions? No questions. All right, sir, we've read all the material on this application. We're familiar with it. We have no questions. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we go into committee?
No, just the fact that basically we want more additional space, and there is a residential unit above which has been vacant, so we're really not taking away any units. I think if this application was to get refused, I think that unit would be vacant. The owners had a bad experience with the past tenants, and that's all I'd like to add.
Great, thank you. Dylan?
Are we in committee?
No, not yet. Okay. Okay, we will go into committee.
Okay. I want to make a motion. First of all, I want to recognize the opposition letters that are concerned about a loss of residential space. I understand that concern, but at the same time, it's also actually very valuable to have employment destinations that are near subways and not in the downtown core. So I think that those balance out. And so for those reasons, I want to make a motion to approve this variance.
There's a forestry number 2.
With forestry condition number 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to approve by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Item number 16496 Salem Avenue North. There are registered speakers for this item, so we will hold this item. Item number 17121 SOUDAN Avenue. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none, then we can proceed to hear this item at this time.
Okay, item number 17121 SOUDAN Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the existing porch and constructing a new porch with stairs and a new walkway. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Decision number A255/00TO affecting the subject property, planning rationale from the agent. There are staff reports from Urban Forestry and an advisory staff report from Metrolinx.
At this time, I'll unmute the agent.
Good morning. My name is Amy Henderson from Jane Thompson Architect, representing the owner for this application. Our address is 404 McKay Street, Ottawa, Ontario.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? We have no questions, man. We've read all the material on this application. We're familiar with it. We don't have any questions, and we don't really need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in committee. Panel, fairly straightforward, front porch enclosure.
I'll move this application. It is straightforward. It is in keeping definitely with the neighborhood. The proposed alterations are aligned with a lot of adjacent alterations. I recognize the landscaping requirement and whatnot is a bit of related to the site conditions that they are dealing with as well. So I recommend we approve it and with landscape condition 1.
Forestry condition.
Forestry condition. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Gogan to approve with that condition. I have a seconder.
I'll
Mr.
second
Byatt.
that, Chair.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, item number 1833 Wilberton Road. There are no registered speakers for this item. Do the members require a presentation? See none, then we can hear this item at this time.
Thank you. Item number 1833 Wilberton Road. This is an application to construct a new one-story detached ancillary building to contain a garage and a cabana and a new in-ground swimming pool. The existing ancillary structures, detached shed and pergola, will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan received April the 10th. Redline public notice received April the 10th. 5 photographs of trees on the subject property. Presentation materials from the agent. We have form letters in support from 28 and 37 Wilberton Road and 32 and 71 Gormley Avenue. We have correspondence in opposition from 86 Gormley Avenue.
And at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning, committee. My name is Luca Penzo. I'm the agent representing the owners at 33 Wilberton Road, and my address is 128 Arundel Avenue.
Okay. You have submitted a revised zoning notice?
Yeah, we have submitted a redlined zoning notice.
Can you just share with the committee what changes you've made?
Yeah, we read the letter of opposition, the one letter that we had from the neighbor on Gormley, and we just wanted to work with that and try and satisfy any concerns that they had. So we are removing variance number 3, the height variance, and we've also done what we can to increase the soft landscaping as well.
So this is variance number 2. What changes are you making to that?
Variance number 2 for soft landscaping, we've increased it from 32.4% to 36.7%. We added additional soft landscaping around the perimeter of the rear of the property to satisfy any drainage issues of runoff to neighboring properties.
Panel, any questions? Zahir?
I just want, it's the soft landscaping one that bugs me, because you've got a tremendous area of the rear that is all hardscaped, and I know you've made some improvement. I still find that the improvement seems to be a little short of what could be done. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you could do to further improve soft landscaping in the rear.
Yeah, so the owners are really reasonable. They don't want to end up back at committee for one variance. We did try and, like, most of the hardscape here is related to the driveway, and then also to have like an outdoor dining area and just a walkway around the pool. So we could I think we could like increase the softscaping by a few percent to satisfy any concerns if you feel that is necessary.
So we're in your hands. How much additional soft landscaping would you propose?
Would like 39% be acceptable? Be taking away space from the dining area. I mean, I just don't want to get into really permeable pavers everywhere, because there's already existing pavers on the driveway leading to the backyard, so we don't really want to have to replace absolutely everything to keep the look consistent.
I think that's much better than the 36, so that would be great, thank you.
Okay.
So that would be the condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what would that equate to in square meters?
That's to the agent. Did you hear that?
Yeah, if you can just give me a moment, I will do that calculation.
Okay.
Second. Will be 89.15 square meters.
All right, thank you. Panel, any further questions? All right, sir, we're going to take it into committee. Is there anything further you'd like to share with us before we make a decision? Hello?
Nope, that's no further.
Okay, we're in committee. Look to someone for a motion. Mr. Byatt?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move forward with, I'd like to move forward with a motion for this amended application. I don't believe there are any other conditions attached.
All right, we have a motion to approve the amended application with the variances changed as we discussed, moved by Mr. Byatt, seconded. Oh, hold on.
Sorry, just a quick one. I'm just wondering if we should also tie it to the revised plans.
We can, although he's changing the rear landscaping.
That's true.
So,
that's true. As amended would be sufficient.
Okay. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Reed. Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Gogan. All in favor? Yes, you have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. We now return.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just for the public record, I can confirm that items number 1, 2, 6, 7, and 16 were held. So we can now begin with the first held item, which is item number 147 Westminster Avenue.
All right, thank you. Just give us a moment to get our materials in order. Is everybody ready? Okay. We return to item number 147 Westminster Ave. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a third-story addition, a rear two-story addition, rear roof decks on the second and third floors, a rear ground level covered deck. The existing garage at the rear will remain unaltered. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, and we have correspondence and opposition from 145 and 149 Westminster Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We do have two registered speakers for this item, so at this time we will unmute the agent.
Good morning, Chairman Committee. My name is Forrest Stanovsky. I'm an agent and architect on this application. My address 73 Abilene Drive, Toronto.
Thank you, sir. We'll need a 5-minute presentation from you.
Sure. If maybe we could pull the site plan on the screen. Thank you. So we are asking for 5 variances, very similar to items that you just heard on a list. The first one would be the rear deck, which is at the grade level, and it's 1.4 meter above ground instead of 1.2 meters above ground. It's created simply by existing condition. Just existing ground floor in the existing dwelling is at 1.4 meter above ground. So we would like to match with deck to the same level, which kind of makes sense. As well, it's a little bit longer than it's permitted. We think it's minor in nature, as well as planning has no concerns. There was no planning report and any issues with regards to that variance. For the building depth, if we would see on the site plan, there is a front yard setback, which is at 4.57 meters, and the building depth is calculated from the front yard setback. As you can see, the building is shorter than 17 meters, and if you calculate the building length, it would be within the zoning bylaw. It's just because of this existing condition related to front yard setback, we are slightly over than permitted. As well as variance number 4 would be related to the existing front porch. So it's encroaching into the front yard setback, simply existing condition, and the variance is really minor in nature. Also, for the GFA, it's very similar, like was just approved before us. Slight increasement. Planning staff has no concerns with regards to that variance. And the last variance would be the landscaping. We should be at 50%, and we are at 42%. As well, I would just mention that looking at the previously approved applications, I think it's fair to say that we are one of the modest one. We are above 40%. Also, the area below the deck could be permeable as well. So it would contribute to our soft landscaping. Therefore, we think it's really minor in nature, something that we often see in the neighborhood to be approved, and would like to ask for your approval.
Thanks. You mentioned your rear deck on the site plan. Is it a covered deck or is it open?
It's a covered deck.
Okay. All right. Panel, any questions before we go hear from the speaker?
Just one quick question, Chair. On the second level, you've got a deck at the back. I think you're going to have overlook issues. I know the lower ground floor deck is not an issue because you've got decorative screening, but I think on the second floor, I think privacy screening may be appropriate for both. I believe it's the north and south sides. Would that be okay?
Definitely. We can put the privacy screening. That's absolutely not a problem. And just to mention, we do not require any variances, any additional variances for that terrace.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we will unmute the owner at 145 Westminster Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
Certainly. We're Marianne Aldred and Pierre Lebay from 145 Westminster Avenue.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thanks. Our property is separated from the applicant by only a few feet, so of course what's done there is going to have a big impact on us. We would note that the applicant has not contacted us to explain the plans so that our concerns could perhaps have been addressed prior to this morning. I would also like to note that we have a deck which extends out from our house, built to zoning bylaw standards when we renovated 4 years ago. And that deck does not show up on the survey, but it is an important aspect of the property to us. This morning, I'm going to comment on three main areas. First, our deep concern over the extent of the footprint of the building as extended by the roofed deck and the cumulative negative impact of the proposed structure on our ability to enjoy our backyard and deck, including overlook issues caused by the second and third floor decks. Secondly, the nature of the two of the variances in particular we submit is not minor. And thirdly, the effect of shadows on our ability to enjoy any evening sunlight on our deck and much of our backyard. So turning firstly to the length of the extension with roofed deck out into the yard, we would ask the committee to consider the cumulative impact of the addition and the covered and walled deck on our property. Although the applicant has submitted that he's extending the house out only 10 feet into the backyard, the reality is that the proposal as filed reflects a 12-foot ground floor deck covered by a roof and which has a full height privacy screen, which effectively looks like a wall from the point of view of our property. The deck with roof and screening is essentially an extension of the built structure from the point of view of the neighbors. So I would ask you to look at the east elevation drawing if you could. More significantly, as you can see, the roofed deck extends out a further distance of approximately 12 feet, and it's elevated from top to bottom by about 14 and a half feet. More significantly, this ground floor deck extends the living space of the home out a further 12 feet, which means as a matter of impact for the adjacent neighbors, there will be a built structure with walls and a roof extending out approximately 22 feet further than the existing dwelling. As you can see from the perspective of someone standing in our backyard or sitting on our deck, more than 2/3 of the length of our yard beside the proposed house would look onto built form, including roof, impinging on our outdoor space and blocking views. Furthermore, if you look at the east elevation drawing, you will see that including the roof deck extends up approximately 14 feet. As I stated at the outset, the built form will run along the property line most of the length of our backyard, and as there's very little space between the properties, the cumulative impact will be serious. In terms of compatibility with other houses on the block, an examination of the location map will show you that while there are a couple of houses which extend slightly into the backyards, there is absolutely nothing on the block with this mass and scale extending into the backyard. We submit that the proposal is simply not in keeping with the neighborhood. But we would ask that if you're inclined to approve these variances, that you require the applicant to remove the roof on the ground floor deck and replace the privacy screens with a railing built at a height that accords with the zoning bylaw. We also submit that the variances are not minor. The variance requested for permitted floor space increases the floor space by over 25%, and the variance requested for soft landscaping reduces the required soft landscaping by approximately 15.9%. So we submit these variances do not qualify as minor. And finally, I want to talk about shadowing on our deck and in our backyard in the afternoon and evening. The effect of the extended and heightened building and the extent of its bulk beside us will mean that we lose all western sunlight from our yard in the evening, ruining our ability to enjoy our deck and yard and having a negative impact in shoulder seasons and on colder days in particular. So thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
That's great. Thank you. Panel, any questions? All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll proceed to the owners at 149 Westminster Avenue.
Bronwyn, you've been unmuted.
Good morning.
Bronwyn, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Yeah, hi. If you want to give us your...
You can hear me now. Hello.
Yes, Sorry, can you
Have
hear
I
us?
been unmuted? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could just give us your full name and your address, please.
Certainly. My name is Bronwyn, Bronwen, last name Morgan, and I'm at 149 Westminster Avenue. I am the westerly neighbor of 147. I have lived in this house since 1984, and I'm very familiar with changes in the neighborhood. First of all, I would like to thank Ms. Aldred for her submission, her excellent submission. I agree with all of the points that she has made. We have a community in High Park. It's a community consisting of people, wildlife, plants, and houses. It's a complex, sensitive ecosystem. Loss of soft landscaping, loss of light is significant, not just for the owner, but for the people who stroll by, people on Sunnyside who walk by on Sunnyside can see my back garden. If these changes are approved, they will see a formidable structure. That will be it. I agree with Ms. Aldred that these changes are not minor. They are collective, and they are significant, and they are intrusive to neighbors, the adjacent neighbors. We are the most important neighbors. We are greatly affected by this proposal. I would submit also, in accordance with Ms. Aldred, that we were not consulted by the agent whatsoever. The first we saw was this application. I am very familiar with 147 Westminster. I've been in that house many times. The previous family lived there on 2 floors without a finished basement, without a 3rd floor. I completely understand that this is single-family use, and it's not adding density. It's not giving more room to extra people. They will have a 3rd floor and a finished basement. I submit that the existing footprint is quite adequate, and on the application it states, why is it not possible to comply? I see no justification for impossibility to comply with the bylaw. Compliance with the bylaw would provide a very wonderful single-family home. The soft landscaping is an issue. The current landscaping, and I'm looking at it now, would be reduced by approximately 50%. So it's not just the statistic of compliance and deviance from the bylaw, but it's the loss of the soft landscaping. It would be a very significant loss, and although I'm not able to measure it, looking and eyeballing it, I think it would be a 50% loss, which is a significant reduction to the neighborhood. And I would just like to ask the committee to consider that every decision is significant. We are a community, and any decision has an impact on the community. So I agree with Ms. Aldred's submissions, and I believe that the committee should not approve this application. And one major point that I made in my written submission is that the photograph of the front yard is completely inaccurate. It's 5 years out of date. It was a photograph taken before the owners purchased this property, does not show an existing city tree, which needs to be protected. So those are my main submissions: the loss of privacy due to the depth, loss of light, loss of enjoyment of property, loss of enjoyment to the public. And I would be very pleased to answer any questions that any of the panel might have.
That's great. Thank you. Panel, any questions? All right, we don't have any questions. We'll go back to the agent.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate.
Before you start, both adjacent neighbors have indicated that your client hasn't had any discussions with them. Can you also address that?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. First, I would like to say that I appreciate comments from the neighbors, as well as next, I would like to mention that planning department reviewed our file in detail, as they always do, and they didn't see any concerns with our proposal. Also, the decks, they do not require variances. The only deck that requires variances is a ground floor deck, and it's really minor in nature. For the landscaping, it's really kind of simple if you would compare our application to applications that were just approved. Items number 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and number 18 were approved with landscaping less than 40%, 36, 38%. So I think we are really the most modest application here so far with what we are proposing, and really we think it's minor in nature. to be at 42%, it's really not a big variance. As well as the shape of the lot is a bit awkward. We could see the existing driveway at the back with existing garage, which is existing condition and contributes as well to the landscaping issue. But in overall, I would like to mention again that planning has no concerns, and if you compare it to other applications, we are really within the line what's approved, and we think it's really minor. It meets the fourth task. I would like to ask for your approval.
Okay, panel, any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, the neighbor was pointing out that the rear deck with a roof and walls all the way to the roof will present as basically a structure, and asked that the roof be removed and that the privacy screens be just a regular privacy screen height. Would you be willing to consider that?
I would need to ask the owner, but I think that we could consider that. As well as I would like to mention that actually the roof contributes to the privacy. If you would be looking from a second-story window of neighboring buildings, without the roof, we would see the deck, people on it. Actually, the roof creates an additional privacy, so this way you at least don't see this family having dinner. And they are enclosed. So in my opinion, the roof actually is a privacy screen that would block the view from a second floor windows, and I think it's beneficial in this case. Nevertheless, if you feel that it should be removed, we could consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Mrs. Paul?
Can you just expand on what the purpose of the proposed decorative screens are in the front of the house? And they don't seem to be completely coordinated on the elevations, but could you just describe what the intent is there for those decorative elements?
Just architectural elements to create this visual modern impression, as well as their role within the zoning bylaw. The variance number 4 related to front yard setback encroachment is created by existing porch, and then we are wrapping it up with this screen. Purely decorative, just to create the architectural look of something a little bit more modern.
Okay. What's it made of?
That would be wood and metal structure.
Anything else?
Just comment, when we're in committee,
All right.
I'll weigh in then.
All right, we'll take this into, oh, sorry, but John?
Sorry, yes. One of the neighbors asked about the front yard tree, which I think would normally require, if you're going to do construction, some kind of permit from forestry, although forestry hasn't mentioned it. Can you just address that?
We rely on forestry comments as well, and we would be following all the advices that come from forestry with regards to the trees. Definitely would protect any as it would be required.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's take this into committee. Comments?
Maybe
So
I'll
here?
start off, and just picking up on what Mr. Reed had raised, actually the neighbors have both raised, is this roofed deck at the back, which the deck itself is not such an issue. It is the impression of an additional structure going out the back. It's almost like an additional floor. I'm having a bit of difficulty with that. The agent has indicated that this is something that he would presumably discuss with the owner and perhaps revise and respond appropriately to the concerns of both neighbors. And I think the neighbors' concerns are quite valid. So that's a little disturbing for me. I'm just wondering if the agent is willing that maybe they defer this and perhaps come back with a revised plan, or if if you can't get permission right now from the owner, I don't
I
know.
wonder if that's a prevailing view of the panel. Could a condition that the rear deck not be constructed with a roof and have privacy screening to 1.5 meters, could we impose that on this one? It doesn't, I mean, I don't think there are any variances that are specific to it.
The first variance is specific to the deck.
To the height?
Not
It's
to
the
the,
hei-
it's to the size of the deck and its elevation.
Fair enough. Then.
So I think it's
Then
within.
we have.
I think it's within our.
It's within our purview. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know, Sabrina, do you agree? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Dylan, did you want to speak to this?
Imagine the purpose would have to be changed as well, because it does refer
Correct.
to a rear covered deck.
Right. Yeah, so, are we ready to move a motion?
No, I think it was.
I
wanna get your
definitely
views
want
on
to do
this.
that. I would definitely want to do that condition.
I wouldn't mind just saying one thing. The agent cited a number of occasions this morning, particularly where we've approved situations where rear landscaping has been less than required. And I want to remind him and others that these are all very much situational and context-driven. And in each instance, there are unique circumstances that come into play. Often, as a mitigating factor, we will consider permeable pavers or permeable material in place, and it doesn't actually technically count towards the soft landscaping variance. We also look at things like permeability of decks and other features. So just because this panel is approving rear yard landscaping in some situations less than required, it does not set a standard that we apply everywhere, and every application is taken on its own merits. So I just wanted to put that in the record for this case, if that's okay with you guys. And now I will look to someone for a motion.
Okay, so apart from the rear deck, most of these variances are in fact minor, and I don't really have a problem with them. I think the key issue, the rear yard landscaping is a bit of an issue, but I take the point that there's a driveway, and hopefully if the deck ends up being open, that it'll be permeable underneath. But my big concern is the deck. I think the neighbors are quite right that it will present as a built structure and be a significant imposition on their own enjoyment of their rear yards. So I would like to move approval of this with the condition that the rear deck, ground floor rear deck, not be roofed and have privacy screens of a minimum of 1.5 and maximum of 1.8 meters high.
Why don't we just stick to 1.5?
Well, because I'm afraid they might just build them all the way up.
Couldn't you say to a height not exceeding 1.5?
Well, 1.5 might be too low for true
Okay.
privacy. It's only 5 feet, right?
Okay.
So I want to give a range. 1.5 is the usual, but they may want higher, in which case I wanted to make sure it's not more than 1.8.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's the full condition.
Okay, great. Motion by Mr. Reed to approve with that condition, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Mr. Gogan dissents, so that motion is carried. You have your approval with that condition, sir. Thank you. We move on to 2 Campbell Avenue, or sorry, 105 Campbell Avenue? Okay, do we have the agent? Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself, thank you. That's why I'm sitting next to you. Item number 2 is 105 Campbell Avenue. This purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor addition, rear and south side 2nd-story additions, a complete 3rd-story addition, a new rear basement walkout, and rear external stairs on all levels. There will be a total of 3 residential units in this dwelling. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, decision number A0519/23 TUI affecting the subject property. We have a staff report from Metrolinx, and we have opposition from 103 Campbell Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person. We also have 1 registered speaker here in person as well.
Great. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Roshan Thurigan-Assumpter. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services, located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300 in Toronto, and I am the authorized agent representing the owners of the subject property at 105 Campbell Avenue.
Great, thank you. We'll need a presentation from you.
Yep. So before I provide a presentation, I would like to make an amendment to the public notice. So the public notice identified variances for building depth and floor space index. I would like to revise the public notice to eliminate the floor space index variance, and we have provided a revised zoning notice to the committee, and that was uploaded to the AIC as well. And now I will provide a presentation.
Okay, so you're eliminating variance number 2?
That's correct.
So you're keeping within the 0.6 FSI?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did discuss this with the zoning examiner, and considering this is considered a triplex, we won't be subject to an FSI.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So I have consulted with planning staff, and they have no concerns or comments regarding the proposal, and I'm not aware of any comments or concerns from any other city departments or relevant agencies. And I will now discuss the variance which pertains to this proposal. So the variance which requires relief from the bylaw is building depth. The building depth is 17.5 meters, which is a slight increase of 50 centimeters above the permitted depth of 17 meters. The intent of the building depth requirement in large part is to regulate the placement of the rear main wall to create a relatively consistent placement pattern of rear main walls within the neighborhood. As depicted on the site plan, the dwelling will generally be aligned with the rear addition to the neighbor to the north at 107 Campbell Avenue. And I would like to note that there are no windows proposed within the rear addition, and therefore the proposed addition will likely not result in privacy or overlook impacts. There are several other examples of approved building depths which I can provide. However, a couple of examples are 105 Campbell was approved at 24.1 meters, 88 Campbell Avenue was approved at 23.36 meters, 216 Campbell Avenue was approved at 19.12 meters, and 268 Campbell Avenue was approved at 17.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You cited 105 Campbell Avenue.
104 Campbell.
Okay, thought I heard 105.
No problem. So lastly, I would note that the proposal complies with the minimum required front and rear yard setbacks. And based on the provided justification, it is my professional opinion that the proposal fits in with both the existing and planned context for the neighborhood, is consistent with the redevelopment trends along Campbell Avenue and the broader neighborhood context, and therefore is my professional opinion that the proposal represents good planning and the proposed minor variance meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
So before we go to the speaker, you had an approval here previously last year. So the difference is you're seeking a depth variance, which you didn't seek before?
Correct.
Okay, so is your plans altered from previously?
That's correct. So the rear addition was slightly extended, and there is a front story addition in this new proposal as well.
That wasn't there before, which
Correct.
is all contributing towards the depth. But on your previous approval, you didn't need a depth variance.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, panel, any questions? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will ask Monica Fox to approach the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning, committee. Thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Monica Fox, and I am the owner of 103 Campbell Avenue, Toronto. My house is directly attached to Tony and Suzanne Tarantella's house at 105 Campbell Avenue, as it is a semi-detached property. I am here before you to present my case to slightly modify the proposed addition to the Tarantella's house. Firstly, I want to express that I am in full support of their originally and approved proposed third-story addition, as well as the extension on the back of their property. I completely understand their desire to have a triplex and thus increase their future rental income as security for their retirement, something we all strive for. Additionally, I have been supportive of their third-story proposal, which was approved by your committee last year, as well as their original structure, that I did not voice any complaints despite the fact that the construction went on for nearly 2 years. The noise level often interfered with the enjoyment of my home, especially during the pandemic when I had to work from home. However, I respectfully request the committee to consider a slight modification to the proposed plan, and specifically the bump out to the front of the house. I understand that the Tarantellas are proposing to build out on the front of their home on top of the front porch, thus creating a wall structure directly to the right of my master bedroom. Currently, the fronts of the homes are flush. This structure would propose several risks to my home, neighborhood, and personal safety. Our neighborhood, and our street in particular, has unfortunately witnessed some violence and vandalism in the recent past, including 3 drive-by shootings, one resulting in death directly across the street from my house, and frequent break-ins through our properties and vehicles. As I do not have a full street on my street view on my front of my on the front of my house due to the Tarantella's front porch blocking it, my bedroom window is the only way I can have a full street view. As a woman who lives alone, this is very important to me for the feeling of my safety. In addition, I have a large city tree in front of my property, thus the sides are the only way I am able to look out. The structure would greatly impact my source of light, a significant portion of it is already blocked by the city tree. Therefore, I need both sides to have some light in my house, and my bedroom window is the only window on the west side of my house, with no windows on the south side. Lastly, all of the homes in our neighborhood have a uniformed look, thus protecting the original design and character of our neighborhood, built nearly 100 years ago, primarily by hardworking Portuguese settlers. While there are few homes in the area with a third-story addition, none of them bumped out the front of the house and thus protected the uniform look of the semis. They all built on top, again, maintaining the character of the neighborhood. As good stewards of our city, I believe it is important we hold this value dear to our heart and protect our neighborhoods for the next generations to come. In summary, I am in full support of everyone bettering themselves, and I understand that living in Toronto proper means that we live in close proximity to each other and thus need to be tolerant and understanding. It is also important to note that the bump out does not prevent the Tarantellas in any way from accomplishing their plan to have a triplex with a 1-bedroom basement unit and 2 2-bedroom apartments, thus offering our city much-needed rental units. The bump out merely provides slightly larger square footage, which is once again not necessary. Our houses are currently 3-bedroom homes, and their addition on the back offers ample space for 2nd bedroom with family room and kitchen on the 3rd floor. And keeping the current facade will also help to protect the heritage of our neighborhood and not set a precedent for others to completely change this heritage. Please note that I have informed both Mr. and Mrs. Tarantella of my concerns and asked them to consider their plan, but did not receive a reply. I have been very open-minded in regards to both of the Tarantella's construction projects. I only ask that this favor is returned in regards to the slight modification, with the understanding that though this is the Tarantella's rental property and they will be living elsewhere, this is my home, and I have worked very hard and I'm trying to preserve it. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you very much, panel. Just a quick question. So you refer to a bump out. Sometimes my brain goes like a bay window or something like that. When you say bump out,
it's about 3 feet extending past the fronts of our homes.
Right, but it goes from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd story.
Yes.
It's a complete.
Currently, there's a front porch in front of their property. Mine does not have that, so they will be building on top of the front porch. So
And
it's a completely different home then?
when this was brought forward last year,
Mhm.
it didn't have
No, it
that
did
front
not.
extension.
No, it did not then, which was I did not come to the committee last year because I was absolutely okay with the proposal then.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Okay, welcome back. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, while I appreciate the comments from the neighbor, I would just want to note that the front bump out noted in my presentation is unrelated to the building depth variance. That's because, as noted in my presentation, the intent of the building depth requirement in large part is to regulate the placement of the rear main wall. And I would just like to note that the proposed building depth is 50 centimeters above the permitted building depth of 17 meters, which is minor in nature. And I would happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Okay. Panel? Dylan?
I totally understand the very minor nature of the variance you're asking for, but you think there's any way you could mitigate the effect or address the neighbor's concerns in some small way?
So through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the 17.5 meters, even if we do get rid of the second and third story bump out, we would still be subject to the variance, considering the building depth on the ground floor would still be 17.5 meters.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, I think the member knows that, is just saying, is there anything architecturally that could be done to minimize the concern that your adjacent semi-neighbor has raised?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the current design is what we have right now in terms of the plans. In terms of what can be done, is there just an additional information of or clarification as to what the member is asking for?
Like I said, I understand the nature of the variance. The neighbor has a concern. I was just wondering if there was, maybe a slight architectural adjustment that would give the neighbor a little bit more view or something like that. That's all I'm asking.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, I don't believe there are any architectural impacts that can improve it. However, that can be further discussed with the neighbor after the committee hearing.
I would encourage that.
Yep, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll comment.
Paul?
So I think that, you perfect response with regard to the half-meter adjustment is unrelated to the vertical expression, but I do think because you have a semi-detached neighbor, the proposed set of plans do reflect a pretty significant impact on her property as well. So we have to look at the thing as a whole package, even though the half meter is really applied to the rear yard. When I look at the planning, it's clear that you're getting the bedroom sizes would be impacted if you brought it back to the existing current wall, but I still think that I don't find the proposed set of plans minor in nature and with regard to the application, the impact of the neighbor. So I won't be supporting this application.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you very much. We'll go into committee. I'll look to someone for a motion.
Just some conversation in.
Oh, please do.
Please. I'd like to echo Mr. Gogan's comment. If this was a detached home, it'd be a different story. It is a semi-detached. It does have a direct impact on the neighbor. The variance that is requested itself is not a major issue. But as Mr. Gogan pointed out, this is an entire package that we're looking at. And I think the the impact on the neighbor, given that it's a semi, I think will be significant. So for that reason, I think I wouldn't be able to support this either.
Dylan?
I mean, as you can tell from my previous question, I am very sympathetic to the neighbor. On the other hand, the fact is that the front extension is not impinging on the rear yard setback, the front yard setback requirements or anything like that. It is very minor, and a triplex is definitely a contribution. I don't feel like I can refuse this because it's not directly related. I can only encourage what I was hoping for is perhaps a little bit of a corner cutoff on the second and third floor or something like that to adjust it. But I don't feel I can actually refuse this because it's overall a reasonable plan, and the variance is extremely minor, and it's a contribution. So I will vote in favor with the request that the architect speak to the neighbor and perhaps adjust the way the front is done so the neighbor has a little bit more view. But I don't feel I can actually refuse it myself.
For my purposes, I look at the variance before us, and the variance before us is literally a half-meter request beyond the required depth, which I don't think is an unreasonable request, particularly given that this is a triplex, as Dylan points out, that this is going to be introducing rental accommodation into an existing established neighborhood. I sympathize with the next door neighbor as well, but we really don't have any variances before us that affect the front yard. It could be built as of right. So I'm going to look at this very directly in terms of the variances that are before us and the impact of those variances on the neighbors. So I'm not opposed to this application. So I'll look to a member for a motion.
I'll give one additional comment. I also acknowledge that. I think that if the applicant knocked a half a meter off their application, there would be no variances at all on this project. He could proceed with the addition. I think, though, it's kind of like an incentive to collaborate with the neighbor to come with a mutual beneficial solution. So if it was a meter off the bat, I don't know, I'm not going to suggest, but there may be some outcome, and that's why I think that again, it's already gone through a committee before. It has approval before. So again, I completely acknowledge what you're saying. I just think that there's an opportunity for some compromise here.
So the only thing I'd add is, to Dylan's point, is that sounds like the agent is prepared to at least enter into discussions with the next door neighbor to see what could be done. So I just put that out on the table. Any further comments? Okay. I'll look for a motion. Dylan, I'll ask you to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to refuse this application. While the numerical proposed distance for the length of the building is small, I don't find it minor in nature with regard to the entire project as based upon its current application.
Okay. Motion to refuse by Mr. Gogan, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Opposed? I will abstain to avoid the making a tie, so the application is refused. Okay.
Refused as amended.
Thank you. Item number 6, 12 Woodley Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a second and third-story addition, a new front ground floor addition and front porch and stairs, a front basement window well, a rear ground floor deck, and a rear third-story balcony. Also to construct a new 2-story garden suite in the rear yard. Committee has before it a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plans, floor plans, and elevations, dated April the 9th, arborist report, and correspondence from the architect. We have email correspondence from engineering and transportation services. We have staff reports from community planning and an advisory report from Metrolinx and from urban forestry. We have correspondence in concern or interest from 14 Woodley, a 35, 39, 41 Kildonan Road, and withdrawal of correspondence in concern from 14 Woodley. We have correspondence in opposition from 37 Kildonan Road. That's it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one registered speaker online. I believe this speaker is in support, but we'll hear from the agent first. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent. Joel.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. This is Joel Gerber of 23 Doncaster Avenue, representing the clients.
Okay, we don't have anyone registered to speak in opposition. We do have someone lined up to speak in support, but we do have some letters of correspondence, perhaps a short presentation.
Of course. So good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. Thank you for your time and consideration with this file. We are very excited to present this project for our clients to create a multi-generational living opportunity on the specific for their family. I'll keep the presentation very brief, but highlight the recent coordination with community planning as well as some collaboration with adjacent neighbors. The sidewall main height was significantly reduced by almost 2.5 meters, where we were sculpting the building, and by setting the dormer back from the side main wall, we were able to shave that significant amount off of the perceived sidewall main height, and as well as working with community planning to not create any undue precedents. We significantly reduced the main building as well as the garden suite overall building height to reduce its impact. The bicycle parking, having 6 children, I don't think will be an issue, and that was simply a note on the drawing that was missed. And with regards to the garden suite and angular planes, the building was set back from the rear property boundary by over 3 meters to create both privacy for the family living in the garden suite as well as privacy to the main house. And the concern with the neighbor to the rear was kind of settled in a friendly neighborhood manner. So that's my brief presentation. And just simply to address the neighbor to the north, she has a large tree in her backyard, and our clients have reached out to her to consider options with the arborist. Her concern was with regards to a fence past the shared driveway easement to provide privacy, which would preclude her from driving on their property around the tree. So obviously we're having ongoing communication about that, but it did not pertain to any particular variance presented. So without further ado, I'd be happy to take on any questions.
Thank you. Just to confirm, so you mentioned some changes to height. Are there any changes to the variances before us?
Yes. So if you refer to the city community planning letter of support, there was references made to the drawings as revised. We just didn't have time to hear back with the revised zoning notice in order to get it submitted to the committee in time of the opening window. So there are some revisions to the main building height and the side yard main wall height.
Okay, can you take us through those changes?
Yes, so I can go through them very specifically. So starting with the sidewall main height.
So which variance is that?
This is the variance number 1.
Okay.
So where the building is 18 meters long, the average height of the side yard main wall is 9 meters, and then it notes that on the on the north side, there's a section where it's 11.5 meters, which is significantly higher than permitted. Being that it's a dormer, we simply set that back architecturally from the side wall eaves to create more of a dormer than a solid wall. And that 1.5 meters significantly reduces the variance. So the revised notice would be consistently a height of 9 meters of a sidewall height. So that was a significant change there. And then referring to
That's reflected in the variance, right? That's already reflected in the public variance that we have?
No. So in the public variance, it references 11.5 meters on the north side and 9 meters out.
Right.
So that would be significantly reduced to be 9 meters consistently.
Okay, so both the north and the south side exterior main walls will have a height of 9 meters.
Correct.
Okay, good.
And then referring to variance number 2 and similarly variance number 9. This has with regards to the height of the buildings, the maximum height. In collaborating with city community planning, we've shaved almost 8 inches off of both structures to bring that pitch of the kind of the Victorian pitch of the main facade, bring that slope down a little bit. So, you know, the gable roof will just be slightly less pitched.
So are you changing the height variance from 11.53?
That's correct, yes. So I apologize the going back and forth metric in imperial, but it works out to about 8 inches, which can be calculated pretty easily. About 210 millimeters or something like that.
Okay, so we just need a number that we need to put in the variance. It will be a height of 11 point what?
Yeah, so it'd be 11.3.
11.3?
Subtract, but yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, you want to continue? Any further changes?
Those were the significant changes from community planning coordination. Thank you.
The variance number 9 looks like, oh, that's the ancillary dwelling, right?
Yeah, sorry. So that one, to be very clear, we shaved the same amount off the building height as well. So that would be 200 millimeters off of the, oh, just lost the reference there.
So it currently is 6.7 meters. Are you going to 6.5 meters?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, and everything else is as it was?
Per the you know, forthcoming zoning notice, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Panel, any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, so just to clarify about the bike parking. It says there's no bike parking, but you said that that's not going to be an issue.
I apologize. When we coordinate the revised notice, I'm more than happy to remove it as a variance. It'd be very foolish to not provide bicycle parking for the families.
So can we remove variance number 7?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the second one is one of the letter writers asked about frosting the west-facing window in the garden suite. Are you okay with that? Can we put that as a condition?
Yeah, I mean, we're more than happy to put as a condition, and I think that letter of objection was withdrawn for that exact negotiation.
Okay, but we can put that in as a condition. That's okay, just to be sure.
Yeah, the client's quite happy to do that. It's a two-way street there for privacy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Zahir?
Just a quick one. You've got a balcony. I believe it's on the 3rd floor. I'm just wondering about privacy screening on the north and south sides of that particular balcony, because you'll have overlook on both neighbors, presumably. Could we introduce privacy screening?
Yes, I mean, we inevitably would need guardrails. So whether we introduce a similar frosting or simply call it privacy screening to be designed later, we would have no objection to that.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Do we have the speaker?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We'll move on to the speaker.
David, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Good morning.
David, are you there? You've been unmuted. David, can you hear us?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I appear to be unmuted, but I was connected through my phone, I was disconnected on my phone, so I can actually, you can hear me clearly.
Yes,
I
we
cannot
can.
hear anything you're saying.
You can't hear us? No, he can't hear us.
So apologies, like I can't hear anything.
Do you want to give him a call?
David, we're going to try calling you.
He can't hear that. We need someone with sign language or something.
Yeah, I think I will just have to reconnect through staff and see what the problem might be.
Hi, David. Are we trying again? Can you hear us?
To WebEx. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, sorry about that.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. If we could have your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is David Beaulieu. It's Beaulieu. I'm the resident at 39 Kildonan Road. I'm here representing the letter that we read on behalf of the neighbors at 35, 41, and 43 Kildonan in support of another letter received from Rosario Giglio of 37. No opposition, but our area of concern was the garden suite, and we had just asked, for the purposes of privacy, the upper window in the garden suite would be immediately overlooking all of our backyards and rear windows, and we had asked that that upper window be frosted if possible, but otherwise, no opposition to the proposal.
Okay, thanks very much. You may have heard, or maybe you didn't hear, one of the members ask that question of the agent, and the agent was amenable to making that change.
Yeah, very sorry. I thought I might have missed that, but thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Okay.
Just a question of clarification. What way is that window facing? What direction? Cardinal direction?
That window is facing westward.
Westward. Okay, thank you. Just to make sure we get it right.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, let's just bring the agent back to confirm the issue with respect to the window in the suite.
Yeah, no problem. So there is a west-facing window on the second floor of the garden suite. It happens to be within the washroom to allow daylight. and we are more than happy from both an interior out and an exterior in privacy perspective to frost that window to the benefit of everyone. So that was my understanding of the letter of objection being withdrawn. So thank you for that clarity.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, let's take this into committee. Look for a motion. Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, overall, this is a perfectly reasonable proposal, and it's great that it'll be providing additional residential space through a garden suite. And it's great also that the neighbors seem to be satisfied with, you know, the adjustments. They've talked to the neighbors and made adjustments, and with planning. So I move that we approve these variances as revised with a series of conditions. The planning condition, the forestry condition 1 and 2, the condition that the westward-facing window on the top floor of the garden suite be frosted, the condition that there be privacy screening on the main building's 3rd floor balcony on the north and south sides, and also I believe there's a Metrolinx condition. Yeah.
It's a warning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, would be the warning clause?
Yeah, the Metrolinx warning clause. So with all of those many conditions, I move approval.
Great. Motion to approve with all those conditions by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Can I suggest a brief break? Because
We
the next
have
one's gonna be
a
too long.
fairly large item coming up next, and we haven't had a break. Maybe we could take 10 minutes? I'm sorry for all those that have been waiting in the crowd, but you wanna? Welcome back, everyone. We proceed to item number 7, 91 Barton Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story, 8-unit apartment building with front and rear first, second, and third-story balconies and 4 rooftop patios. Also to construct new 2-story ancillary building to contain 2 laneway suites in the rear yard abutting Chamaga Lane. I probably got that wrong. The existing ancillary building, the detached garage, will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received March 4th, 2024 and April 10th, 2024. Revised zoning notice received March 4th and April 10th. 5 photographs of trees on the subject property, presentation materials from the agent, a rental housing demolition and conversion declaration. We have correspondence from Transportation Services and a staff report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence and support from a total of 86 residents, 64 letters in support from residents with no address provided received between April 9th and April 16th, and 18 letters in support from owners occupants on Shaw, Manning, Charles, Dovercourt, Harbor Street, Harbor Square, Howland, Lonsdale, Madison, Olive, Palmerston, Salmon, Shalimar Boulevard, Shaw Street, Stanley Terrace, and Woodlawn Avenue. And we have correspondence as well in support from Walmer Avenue and Withrow, and from an association, More Neighbors Toronto. We have withdrawal of correspondence and support from 771 Manning Avenue. Total of 22 form letters in support by, signed by owners and occupants of Barton Avenue, Euclid Avenue, Manning Avenue, and again, more correspondence in support from Barton, Euclid, Manning, Palmerston, and Vermont Avenue. We have correspondence in opposition. We have a total of 52 letters in opposition. 7 letters from residents with no address provided, 45 letters in opposition from, and I'm not going to go into all the detail, just to suggest it's from Manning, Barton, Castlefield, Palmerston, Barton again, Fallis, more from Barton, Clinton, Euclid, Manning, Bathurst, Douglas Crescent, and Vermont Avenue. We have materials in opposition from 89 Barton Avenue, 741 Manning Avenue, 749 Manning Avenue, 90 Barton Avenue, and 89 Barton Avenue. So we have, this application has 22 variances before us, and we have a rather large crowd here, which looks like a lot of people lined up to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person today, as well as many registered speakers, some in person and some online, virtually. So we will call up the agent to the podium at this time.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
My name is Greg Ewens from Batory Planning and Management, 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345.
Okay, it will come as no surprise to you that we need a presentation.
Yeah, I have one prepared, and I believe
Okay.
staff have pulled it up. Thank you. So this is a proposed 3-story, 8-unit apartment building and a 2-story, 2-unit laneway suite. The zoning permits both apartment buildings and laneway suites on this site. The proposal includes 10 new family-sized units, long-term rental units, all 2- and 3-bedroom layouts ranging from 995 square feet to 1,200 square feet in size, that will be protected from demolition by Chapter 667 of the Municipal Code. They're proposed on a uniquely situated, remarkably deep lot on a collector road where other apartment buildings, multi-unit buildings, and mixed-use buildings are situated within the immediate context. The site is within 2 major transit station areas, Christie and Bathurst, and is within walking distance of numerous parks, amenities, transit, and bike lanes. It's an area where provincial and city policy both intend this type of infill housing. The area has also experienced a declining population for the last several decades. We have worked with city staff before submitting the application and note that there are no objections from planning, forestry, or transportation staff. We have met with and communicated with neighbors in the local community extensively and made numerous changes to the proposal detailed on page 11 of the presentation to respond to concerns about overlook, privacy, etc. I'll review our variances now as quickly as I am able. Building height, the roof of the building is 10.93 meters tall, below the required 11 meters. Only some railings on the roof level, which have been set back from the sides, exceed the height limit. The area is characterized by a series of 3-story buildings, and this is designed in that character. We've done a shadow study to demonstrate negligible impacts versus an as-of-right condition on adjacent properties. The building lot depth proportions reflect the character of the surrounding community, as this is a very deep site. The metric depth also aligns with the depth of other apartments which exist on Barton. The permitted depth is 19 meters, I note, not 14, as shown in the original zoning notice. The front setback related variances, there are several. They're all necessary so we can bring the front wall forward to align with the buildings on either side of the street. That's shown on page 11. There's no west setback, and there are also no windows facing the west. The proposed masonry wall will not need regular maintenance, and there are no overlook or privacy concerns in this direction. The center line to the lane setback reflects the condition of the existing building, the condition of the building on the east side of the lane, and is of no concern to transportation services staff. The separation distance between buildings, which you see on page 20, is purely technical in nature. It's due to a recessed access within the building. The landscape variances we're requesting are consistent with the prevailing pattern of landscaping in the immediate context and reflect similar variances that the committee has approved in this neighborhood. Similarly, the FSI requested is similar to what has been approved by the committee, and the presentation shows a number of these addresses and FSIs. The density, it's also similar to the density of existing apartments and other multi-unit dwellings on Barton, and the city's work to remove FSI from low-rise multi-unit development as part of expanding housing options in neighborhoods. There is no visitors parking, but the site is located within walking distance to transit, bike lanes, green P parking lots, and street parking options. Recently tabled Bill 185 from the province would remove parking minimums within MTSAs, and the site is within 2 MTSAs. There are 2 laneway suites proposed. Due to the lot depth, it's 52 meters, and orientation, they will not appear out of place and will align with the typical lot fabric you see along laneways. All other 2-unit laneway suites approved by the committee, and I note them in the presentation, have been done so on atypical lots, such as this one. A rear landscape variance is needed to accommodate code-compliant stairway access. It's a minor amount. There's no angular plane proposed from the laneways on the laneway suite from the main house due to the site situation. Instead, we're providing a 1.5 meter setback in excess of the bylaw requirements facing all of the properties to the west. From the laneway suite, no windows are proposed on either of those walls. And the footprint of the suite aligns with the footprint of the existing garage on the site. That's one of the conditions of the policies for laneway suites in the city's official plan. In summary, we have worked with city planning and other staff who have no objections. We have made extensive efforts to meet with the neighbors and communicate what we're doing, proposing to do on this site, and have made several changes to the plans, including removing windows, stepping the building back, stepping railings at the roof back to help address some concerns. Some neighbors in the community are not supportive of the proposal, some are not objecting to it, and area residents, as you noted, Mr. Chair, from a number of streets are in support. This is 10 family-size rental units protected under the city's rental housing replacement policies in 2 PMTSAs near parks, transit, amenities, on a collector road, has many other 3-story multi-unit buildings and apartments in a mixed-use area, or with other mixed-use buildings in an area with declining population. It's an area where the growth plan and the official plan intend this type of growth. Considered individually and collectively, these variants requested meet the 4 tests and constitute good planning. Thank you.
All right, I know we have an awful lot of speakers lined up to share their thoughts on this application. I just want to confirm a couple things. So are the variances before us in the public notice, those are the correct ones, or are there any changes to those?
My understanding is there are 2 changes, but they don't impact the notice. The building depth was misidentified originally as being 14 meters. The requirement's 14 meters. It's actually 19 meters. That was an updated zoning standard from last year as part of the EHON work. And one of the variances, which was for a laneway setback from the west, was misidentified by the zoning team, and they have since responded that's not no longer required. I believe the current variances in front of the committee on the revised notice are correct.
So variance number 2 still speaks to 14 meters, the one that I have. Is that, Mike?
That, I believe that should be 19, based on our correspondence with Toronto Buildings.
Okay, and just to confirm, the west side of the main dwelling or the laneway?
The laneway, I believe it was variance 19 toward the...
Sorry, let's just hang on a second.
It's okay.
So,
yeah, correct. Variance 19 was not required.
so you're removing variance 19?
That's correct.
Okay. All the side yard, all the side and setbacks are all staying as they were, right?
Yes, the changes we've made, as there were a couple of plans submitted after the original submission, those were to remove windows on the walls and change some of the aspects of the building to try and respond to the comments we heard.
So, you know, monopolizing this a little bit, but the main apartment dwelling used to have windows overlooking the west, right? And you've removed them?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so
the original proposal did, we've removed them.
And you've removed them. Can you just share with the committee, just for general purposes, the other changes you made? You mentioned the step back of the railing and on the rooftop. Are there any other changes you've made in response to the concerns you've heard from residents?
Certainly. So the removing the windows from the second story of the laneway suite facing west, removing the windows from the entire west wall of the proposed apartment building, stepping back the railings on the roof by a meter from the edge of the west and the north and the east sides of the building to limit any potential overlook issues. Those were the primary changes. We're also proposing a new street tree in the front yard as well. It's not captured by any conditions or comments, but that's one of the other additions we've proposed.
Panel, we have a lot of speakers. Does anyone have anything burning?
Just to clarify on 19, is that removed because in fact there is no setback requirement?
That's correct. The bylaw wording intends that a side lot to rear lot condition have that setback, whereas this is a rear lot adjacent to the side lot of a laneway suite. So
it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, it's the inverse of what the bylaw
states.
So the setback, what we're trying to do with the 1.5 meter step back at the second story is to meet the intent of that policy or that provision, even though it's not technically required. We're trying to adhere to that because I think it's an important relationship to manage.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
At this time, I would ask those that are here in person, one by one, come up to the podium. You'll state your first and last name, the address that you reside at, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak.
Okay, who wants to go first? I'm just going to make a general announcement. We have a lot of speakers today. If you could, I'll beg your indulgence if there are situations if you can avoid repeating things that we've already heard from previous speakers, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody. My name is Lorraine Pantine, and I live at 89 Barton Avenue. And so my home is located directly across the laneway, right next door to 91 on the east side. And I did have some
yes, we can
slides.
pull your
Okay,
material
great.
up. Yep. Just hang on a second.
Sure.
You had presentation materials, right?
Yes. I have 3 slides. Yes.
Is that the supplementary?
It's
taking time because
Yep.
there's so much.
Yes.
No worries. That's the one, yeah. Great, so if you could just go to the first, thank you. Okay, set to go, thank you. So my family and neighbors agree that the lot presents an opportunity to redevelop the site beyond a single detached family home. We wouldn't be disputing this redevelopment application if it was a gentle intensification of 1 to 5 density, in accordance with the city's multiplex housing policy. We're here because the redevelopment proposes a non-conforming apartment complex and laneway suites, a 1 to 10 intensification that maximizes the lot as if it exists in a vacuum. This plan adversely impacts the surrounding properties and community. My family will be most impacted with regard to loss of privacy, loss of sunlight, noise escalation, drainage issues, and loss of enjoyment of our home. So these photos are looking north from the south side of the laneway. The proposed apartment complex is almost twice the height of the current building. The variance request is for a 1.75 meter height adjustment to accommodate 4 rooftop patios. The renderings show a gazebo on the patios that should require an additional increase in height variance, and with a gazebo, it essentially becomes 4 stories high. So all of the 30 windows of the complex, including 24 double windows of the 8-unit complex, are on the east side. So that's going to be over 1,000 square feet of glass looking into our home and yard. That's in addition to the 4 rooftop patios. Next slide, please. The central entrance will be located just 4.1 meters across the laneway, directly in the sightline of our kitchen window. The amount of intensification is certainly also going to escalate the noise level, with anywhere from 18 to 40 people entering and exiting from the 3 entrances of the building directly onto the laneway. What's proposed doesn't adhere to 3.1.3. Development will protect privacy within adjacent buildings by providing setbacks and separation distances from neighboring properties and adjacent building walls containing windows. So although allowing this redevelopment that is in non-conformance to the city plan will result in a complete invasion of my family's privacy and loss of enjoyment of our home. So we receive about 90% of our daily sunlight from our laneway facing windows. 3 members of my family work from home, all in rooms with laneway facing windows. The excessive building height coupled with the density will greatly reduce the amount of daily light and will have a detrimental impact on my family's overall mental health. Next slide, please. We do not agree with the applicant's view of the shadow projection as negligible, and note that their studies didn't take into account the rooftop gazebo. Our shadow mapping calculations indicate that we're going to lose a daily average of 3 hours per day, which would be halved to 1.5 if the development was in accordance with bylaw regulations. My neighbor George Apostolou and his family live at 761 Manning with a front entrance and garden on Barton, directly adjacent to 91 on the west side. He's been a resident since the 1970s and asked me to speak to some of his concerns because he couldn't attend due to medical issues. So taking a sample day of June between, let's say, the hours of 8 a.m. and 11 a.m., their garden, which is their pride and passion, will lose between 40 to 50% of sunlight because of the redevelopment. But if the development was as of right, there would be 0 loss of sunlight. George also wanted me to mention that they're concerned about the escalation of noise, particularly from the balconies and rooftop patios. I would like to say that there was no meaningful process for input from the community. Knocking on doors on a Sunday, 3 days before the submissions were due last Wednesday, is really lip service, and it's not extensive consultation, and it's not community consultation. One of the reasons why this committee received so many letters of support is because this past weekend there was a Twitter campaign, to write in against all of the NIMBYs. And what we're really asking for is just a plan that accommodates the city's growing population and housing needs, while also respecting the community and done in accordance with city policy. So I just respectfully ask this committee to reject the current redevelopment plan because the variances are not minor, most are not desirable or appropriate, do not meet the general intent of the zoning bylaws, nor do they align with the general intent of the official plan. And we didn't have the opportunity to really canvass widely our neighbors in Seton Village. I think that there would have been a lot more opposition to this because of the intensification of the redevelopment. And I want to make clear, we understand that there's housing needs, that the city is growing. We're not against intensification, but I don't think that this is appropriate for that particular lot, especially others will speak to the fact of the issue of people exiting directly onto a laneway, not onto a street. Not onto a sidewalk. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Great, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Aye, it is still good morning for another minute.
Excellent. Well, good morning.
Good morning to you. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Certainly. My name is Gareth Davis. I live at 92 Barton Avenue, which is across the street on the north side of Barton.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
I do have, thank you for pulling up my presentation. Yeah, that's perfect. So first off, let me acknowledge, and I am fully in favor of going for mid-density housing in Toronto. I appreciate there's a real need for that, and I believe that this lot is a good lot for that, and has the potential to realize that within the, the normal code without having to go beyond those variances. So if we may go to the next slide, please. Sorry, this is not my slide deck. Similar.
Can you speak to it, though?
I could not speak to that deck. Sorry, it's Gareth Davis. So. And just to say, I will be providing a context mainly from the north side of Barton and those people impacted by that. So. They all start the same, unfortunately. I sent it in an email along with the application where I got confirmation that I would be attending. So it would look like this.
So what was your address again?
92 Barton Avenue.
I don't have, not in the supplementaries.
I did get confirmation from the CTOW email that had been received. So.
I have presentation materials, opposition 4. Is that? There's no name on it from. That was the one you started, and that's not his. Okay.
Yeah, the email was sent on April 9th to ctow.coa.ty at 10:27, if that helps in your email searching. Oh, actually, that's the letter. Sorry. So maybe I'll just, actually, sorry, here we go. This is when it was sent. It was sent to CTOW on April 10th at 1 p.m.
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I suggest, could you send that to us again?
Yep.
Maybe we'll have someone else come up and speak, and then at least we'll have it and you can present.
Happy to do
as
so.
you speak, okay? Thank you. Can we have someone else come to the stand, please?
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Malka Naral from 90 Barton Avenue, and it was my presentation that you had up a minute ago.
Okay, well, we know we can find that one then.
We should be able to find it.
90, yes, probably, yeah. Yes, there you go. Our city needs more housing. I fully support a multi-unit housing development on this property that adheres to the bylaws and the 4 tests. In addition to everything that will be said, in evaluating a proposed building project, surely safety is not negotiable. Yet all entrances for all 10 units with 24 bedrooms would only be accessed on a busy traffic lane. The proposed building, you can barely see perhaps the red outline there. That's approximately the proposed outline of the front apartment building. The street at the bottom is Barton Avenue, a very busy street with known traffic issues, lots of pedestrians on the sidewalks, including many children going to the school on the very next block. The bottom right photo, by coincidence, a mother was crossing the lane there with her baby just when I took the picture. And the upper photo on the right shows how narrow this lane is. You can see that based on the car. If you can see the window, which I'll show again in the next slide, that is where the main entrance for an 8-unit, 20-bedroom apartment building is meant to be built. Siamaga Lane is not wide. It handles traffic in both directions. The inlet at Barton only handles 1 car at a time. There are garages for up to 50 cars on this lane, and it's a popular neighborhood shortcut with cars darting in and out of the Barton Avenue intersection and even crossing Barton to get to the lane on the next block. Next slide, please. Thank you. So perhaps 20 to 40 people will be walking through this narrow lane accessing their entrances. The picture on the left shows the proposed main entrance to the building. The upper right elevation shows that that entrance is going to be recessed, and all the arrows are all the accesses to all the entrances in this building. Tenants will need to step directly out into traffic. Sight lines are obstructed. There are no setbacks and no sidewalks that separate people and cars. Next slide, please. So the yellow highlighted areas are the 3 entrances, including the 2 laneway suites on the right, which isn't so bad. They have a bit of a setback. The center of the big building is the main entrance, and the 2 sides are the accesses to other entrances. How can drivers turning onto this lane be expected to know there's going to be so many people and their deliveries and vehicles dropping people on and off? This is an accident waiting to happen. Why not prevent it at the planning stage? A 10-unit apartment building with 20 bedrooms is not a laneway suite. The entrance should not be designed like one. Next slide, please. I'd also like to discuss neighborhood character. This area is designated a neighborhood. Neighborhoods change is supposed to be gradual, and developments need to fit in with the existing character. The proposal says the roofs are mainly 3 stories, but only the blue highlighted areas are 3-story. These are small rooms on the top of predominantly 2-story homes. In addition, next slide, please. All these buildings with higher roofs are sloped roofs, step-down roofs. They have dormers, they have setbacks, they have green space around them to share light, air, and views of the sky with the neighbors. Next slide, please. Our neighborhood has friendly facades. The picture on the left is 3 homes facing the project. The 2 pictures on the right is what is proposed. Does this really fit in with our neighborhood characteristics? I think not, but it easily could, even in a modern way. So I also didn't mention that the laneway cannot accommodate vehicles stopping to make deliveries. There's nothing that I see in the plans that allows for delivery trucks, moving trucks, furniture trucks, drop-offs and pick-offs. Barton is already dangerous. The laneway is already busy. I understand there's no need for parking for residents in an area with so many subways, and The 2 required visitor parking places are not even included, saying that our neighborhood can absorb the visitor parking. We can barely park already, those of us with street parking permits. So in summation, I support multi-housing, but it should be in line with the bylaws and the 4 tests to support and enhance our city quality as it increases in density. This is extreme and it is unsafe. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker? Thank you for coming down.
Okay, we'll call up Mr. Davies again.
Hi, good afternoon this time, and I'm gonna...
Time flies.
I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind just restating your name and address, please.
I will, certainly. My name is Gareth Davis. I live at 92 Barton Avenue.
Great, I think we found your presentation.
Well, yeah, it looks, I hope so.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Please, again, so just to reiterate, I am in favor of mid-density. I appreciate the need for that. And I believe that this lot is a good lot for that. But not having to exceed without the variances, I think there is a great opportunity in this lot. It is a very unique lot that can actually accommodate that without having to do all these variances. So I'd like to speak on some of these 22 variances that are proposed and why I believe those are actually going to provide a significant impact to like, some of our neighbours and myself in particular. I'll cover the neighbourhood character briefly because I know that some of our neighbours have already covered that. Certainly a touch on sunlight impact on the north side perspective and talk a little bit about the infrastructure and safety. So we could go to the next slide, please. So, you know, this is a view. This is actually a view of the opposite direction from the one that was just shown, down Barton Avenue. 91 Barton, for your reference, would be on the left-hand side. 92 Barton's on the right-hand side, on that side where I am. And, you know, I think the resident just briefly mentioned, you know, does it fit in here? And I'd really like to highlight the green space here. I am very concerned about the lack of green space that's being provided with the new proposal, and the lack of any like groundwater management that might be associated with that. As you can see, as you can see, 2-story buildings predominantly, and you know, it's a very, you know, I will also mention it is a there is a primary school, or like, sorry, use the Canadian term, I think a junior school in that neighborhood, and there is a lot of traffic in this neighborhood with pedestrians going backwards and forth. If we go to the next slide, please. So from a sunlight standpoint, and I will acknowledge that I did this relative to code, not to the current property, because I appreciate that, you know, it's these are regards to variances and not the other ways around. So one of the key variances here is that there is an increase in height from the proposed 11 meters to 12.76 meters. That's 176 centimeters increase. As one can imagine, if you it's like raise something almost 2 meters tall, there will be an impact and extension of shadow from that. Further, the encroachment of the third floor balconies, in particular into the front yard space, interestingly, from a trigonometry standpoint, will also increase the shadow almost the same amount as the increase in height. What this actually means from a personal perspective, well, it means that in the winter months, when light is so important, especially as you look at seasonal affective disorder, which can lead to just like anxiety and depression, my house and those houses adjacent to me are going to have significantly less sunlight, which is a real concern for me and my family. So, you know, and how many days? The calculations I've worked out, we're going to lose 37 days of sunlight as a result of these variances. So that to me is something I just really want to emphasize. And to be honest, I am the lucky one in part because I am due north. That's when the sun will be at its highest, so the shadow will be the least. Some of the adjacent houses will have significant impact from this perspective. If I go to the next slide, please. So again, reiterating some of the other points that I think are a real concern, and frankly, I don't understand how they'll manage these areas, is the lack of green space and the water management of this property. I think it's my numbers aren't accurate, but it's around 25%. As opposed to the 50% that is typically recommended. And further, pedestrian safety. And I will speak to this, and I understand personally how important this is. My daughter was hit while she was riding her bicycle on the laneway, on the sidewalk, you know, because, you know, she was 5 years old, and passing these laneways and cars coming out without clear sight lines is a real concern for me. So I do really hope that that's taken into consideration as well. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello, thank you.
Hi. If you
My-
could just give us your name and
Yeah.
address, please?
I don't have any slides, I'm just gonna
Okay.
say something. My name is Tim Odaker, and I live at 99 Barton Avenue.
Okay.
Greetings, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 23-year resident at Barton Avenue, and I live within 50 meters of the proposed development. I'm an acting captain with the City of Toronto Fire Services Operations Divisions. I'm stationed at a nearby hall that responds to emergency calls in this neighborhood. I support the City of Toronto multiplex housing policy. I want to see this property developed according to the multiplex housing guidelines, and I'm fine with the maximal allowable units of 4plex plus a laneway suite. This is a 5-fold increase in housing density, and that's a big win, according to me. Approving a 10-unit development on such a narrow lot is a mistake. It's not desirable or appropriate. In addition to the excellent points raised by my neighbors, I want to speak to my concerns about this proposal from the perspective of somebody who responds to emergency calls. First, I'm concerned about the number of people who would need to exit in an emergency situation. This is a tight alleyway, and there would be many people in a very tight space with a narrow exit from the building. Not only would it be difficult to exit, this is a very congested area for firefighting operations to take place while people are self-evacuating. Since an aerial ladder truck cannot be set up in this alleyway, any upper floor rescues would have to be coordinated in the same tight alleyway using ground ladders. So many people and firefighter and equipment in this tight space is hazardous. A building with so many units and residents should enter and exit onto a full street in the interest of effective emergency operations. Second, I'm concerned about the safety of residents exiting this building on a daily basis. They'll be stepping into vehicle traffic without clear sight lines. This is an absolute unnecessary, foolish risk. The building must be set back, which is entirely possible if they build a 4plex plus laneway suite. In my job, we've got SOGs, which are standard operating guidelines. They're rules and regs that tell us what to do in certain situations. You, in your job, have SOGs. When we don't follow ours, we call it freelancing, and when people go freelancing, that's usually when things go wrong and people get hurt. This project, to me, is freelancing. If we just follow your SOGs, then nobody gets hurt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, so, I mean,
I was trying to be brief.
Some of the points you raised are important points, so I just want to clarify, you're obviously a professional firefighter.
I am.
Employed by the city. Your views are your own, not the views of the Toronto Fire
I'm
Services.
speaking as a resident.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
I can't speak for the fire department.
No,
That would be
just-
someone else's.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that for
Yeah.
everyone's information, but they were well-stated concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I came here a bit early, but we made it. My name is Chris Spoke. I live at 35 High Park, so I don't live in the neighborhood. I can't afford to live in the neighborhood, mostly because there's a shortage of multi-unit housing, which is typically less expensive than the detached housing that makes up most of the neighborhood. Without repeating the points, the specific variances that I think the applicant's agent did well, just a general comment that the intent of the multiplex bylaw is to apply citywide. I think that variances are very appropriate when considering the specific features of this site. This site, as mentioned, is located in close proximity to 2 subway stations. That makes it special. This site is adjacent to a laneway. That makes it special and provides opportunity for more windows, among other things, which means more bedrooms and more opportunities for people to live in this neighborhood. This site is also especially deep, much deeper than a typical lot in the city. So I think applying the multiplex bylaw without variances would not be appropriate. It would not make maximum use of this site. And within the context of what is really a generational housing crisis, I think that would be a big missed opportunity. The applicant's agent mentioned that 2 levels of government are aligned on the need for intensification within major transit station areas like this one, like these two. With the federal housing plan that came out 2 days ago, it's actually 3 levels of government that think we need to start permitting much more housing and much more density in locations like these, because we have a whole generation of people who are being priced out of the city, and who frankly I think would much rather take a unit in this property with all the caveats that are being mentioned about having to enter and exit off of a laneway, which I think in Canada's largest city is fine. It's like an urban environment. They'd much rather take that than have to move further and further away from where they work, which is what's currently happening. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much for coming down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could give us your name and address, please?
Laura Nussbaum, 759 Manning.
Okay.
I'm going to take to heart what you said earlier about not repeating the points. I think my neighbors have done an excellent job of detailing that, so I'm going to throw my notes away if that's okay. So I'm talking a cappella, guys, so bear with me. The neighborhood, and I think I speak for all of my neighbors here, development here is something that I think we're all basically fine with and in favor of. I think that the gross overstep with these 22 so-called minor variances is really where the crux of the issue comes in. If we had some kind of a design that fit better in with our neighborhood, that also accommodated a multifamily opportunity, I don't think we would be here today. I think we would have had a situation where you guys could have passed through this one instead of having to take this amount of time. So I want to address a couple of things. I've moved into the neighborhood 2 years ago after living in every kind of living situation in Toronto, from bad rentals to tiny condos that were poorly made. And I worked my way up into this neighborhood by myself. And the first thing I did was split my unit and actually rent out half of it. My tenant is actually a registered speaker today to show the positive relationship and the alternatives to what is being proposed here. There are solutions that fit within the community, that address housing, that don't end up eating up every ounce of land and space and sky and green, that really the long-term ramifications are going to be felt by the future tenants of this property, as well as the neighborhoods, especially those of us that are adjacent. So these points, as well as all of my neighbors, I ask you to take into consideration that safety being key. I understand there's a housing crisis, but with school kids walking through a lane and front entrances coming where cars are driving, if there's no parking spaces, we're all getting picked up by Ubers. Where's the Uber gonna go? So let's actually start to think about the practicality of the neighborhood, and I'd like that to be the conversation if we can do that. At least that's my hope. I know that's not the rules. I'm a layperson, sorry guys. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Panel, any questions?
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name's Elliot Van Woudenberg. I live at 1030 Dovercourt Road. So I'm just coming before the Committee of Adjustment to ask that you approve the requested variances for the development at 91 Barton Ave. I'm a local who frequently uses Barton while walking, biking, and taking public transit. While I do not live on the street myself, I am deeply invested in its success. Back in November of 2022, my partner and I moved in together, and despite it being of special interest to us due to our existing connection with the area, the high concentration of both biking and transit infrastructure, and an ideal location in close proximity to so many of the great amenities and opportunities which our city has to offer, we were not able to find an affordable home on Barton Ave. While a number of people have expressed legitimate concerns via letter or in person, much of the opposition to this application seems to be rooted in issues outside of the scope of this committee's purview, or which would apply to any as-of-right intensification to the existing small single-family dwelling, which currently clashes with the overall character of the neighborhood. I do believe those opposed to this proposal deeply care for the neighborhood, but when the variances are assessed under the appropriate framework, specifically the 4 tests and various plans and bylaws laid out by our provincial and municipal governments, I think it's clear that the requested variances are minor, the changes are desirable and appropriate, and that they meet the general intent of the bylaws and official plans. One of the big concerns which is repeatedly cited with the application is the number of variances. While I can acknowledge that 22 or 21, depending on how it shakes out today, is a high number on the face of it. When a detailed examination of each occurs, we can see that such variances have been routinely granted in the past and won't constitute a major change for the area. The developer's application includes various community-suggested changes, like the removal of windows, and it does a great job illustrating that minor nature, so I'm not going to dig into it. Of course, context is essential when determining if changes are desirable, appropriate, and meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw, as well as the official plans, which are the other 3 legs of the tests required for this. The neighborhood is full of various residential multiplexes, small apartment buildings, non-conforming structures, and small commercial spaces. Rich spaces with a variety of scales like Karma Co-op, Emily Rose Cafe, and 38 Barton Ave. It's located within 2 protected major transit areas in close proximity to the best bike infrastructure in the city and within walking distance of many retail and workspaces. This area has both the capacity and the policy framework to support intensification as well as a car-free lifestyle. However, as was revealed by the 2021 census, since 2016, we've been seeing the area's population decline. Now, roughly as many people live in the area as they did in 2006. As noted in the city's official plan, neighborhoods are stable, not static. Change can't be dismissed out of hand when neighborhoods' populations are declining. Section 2.3 of the city's Section 2.3 of the city's official plan indicates development should respect and reinforce the existing physical character of buildings, streetscapes, and open space patterns in these areas. The requested variances allow for the creation of a continuous frontage across the south side of Barton and match the massing and profile of other structures on the block and across the wider neighborhood, including a lawn that is roughly equivalent to what we see in a ton of the other buildings that already exist in the neighborhood. Just speaking off the cuff, I totally respect concerns about changes to neighborhoods, but the point of this process is not to freeze a neighborhood in place. It's to build a framework that enhances it over time, and I think that the proposed development does exactly that. In conclusion, given the context and history of the area, the enhancements this development would bring to the existing character of the neighborhood as the lot isn't compliant, and the need of additional housing and intensification identified by both the municipal and provincial governments, I ask that you please approve the requested variances for 91 Barton Ave. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel? Oh, Dylan?
Sorry, you mentioned that you have an attachment with Barton, but you didn't explain what it was. Can you just very briefly explain?
Totally. So I have known people on Palmerston, I've had close friends in the area since 2009. I've babysat in the area. I've walked around. Currently, I live on Dover Court and DuPont due to the type of work that I do and how I navigate the neighborhood. I'm often going on walks there. I patronize the businesses. Though I do not physically own a residence or rent on the street, I just want to just strongly say that I love this street and I wish I could be there, but I can't because it's not affordable for what my family can bring to the table.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
No one?
Is that it? Okay, so see no other speakers here in person, then we will move to our virtual speakers.
How many do we have?
Alan, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Ramsey, and I'm the principal of Alan Ramsey Planning Associates, a land use planning consulting firm. My address is 11058 First Line, Moffett. I've been retained by several families along Barton Avenue, Euclid, Manning Avenue, and Clinton Street, and I can give you those street addresses. It's 87, 89, 90, 94, 99, and 101 Barton, 743, 745, 747, 759 Manning, 762, 816 Euclid, and 628 Clinton Street. They've asked me to provide you with an independent planning opinion with respect to the proposal. So I've gone through and I've looked at the 21 variances that are now being assessed, and I have provided for you a fairly detailed planning brief that I think is identified as objection letter number 32. I won't go through that brief in detail because it is quite extensive. It goes through what I believe to be the important points. But I would like to focus on how this proposal does not satisfy the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. As you're aware, this application has to satisfy all 4 tests to be successful. So first, it's my opinion that the proposal does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. Certainly, according to the official plan, development in neighborhood is to respect and reinforce the physical character of the neighborhood, and Section 4.15 of the official plan specifies that new development must be in keeping with the prevailing built form characteristics of the broader and immediate context. And it's my opinion that the 3-story, 9,100 square foot proposal does not respect or reinforce the 2.5 to 3-story, 2,000 to 3,000 square foot detached, semi-detached, and row housing in the area. Secondly, with respect to the test of does the proposal maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? With respect to the increase in floor area, it is my opinion that the intent of that regulation is to ensure that the massing and scale of new development is in keeping with the character of the existing neighborhood. And it's my opinion that the proposed increase in GFA, coupled with the increases in building depth, length, width, as well as the significant reductions in setbacks, parking, landscaping, etc., will result in development that is not in keeping with the massing and scale of the neighborhood, and therefore would not meet that second test. The third test deals with whether the application is minor, and it's my opinion that this application will result in undue adverse impacts with respect to privacy and overlook, lack of sunlight, visual impacts, as well as drainage impacts. The fourth test is whether the variances are desirable or appropriate for the development of the site or area. And it's my opinion as a professional planner that the variances will permit incompatible development with the surrounding area, and in particular, the change in GFA from 0.6 to 1.96 does represent a significant overdevelopment of the site and will not be in character with the prevailing built form. So in summary, I would advise you that it's my opinion, the proposal does not satisfy the 4 tests set out under section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and the application, in my opinion, should be refused.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Caroline, you've been unmuted, and you may turn on your video.
Getting that feedback, is that from here?
I didn't actually have anything to say. I'm just a curious neighbor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Burkhard, you've been unmuted.
It sounds like it's coming from here. Mr. Mosbark.
Good morning. Well, I should say good afternoon.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
Of course. My name is Burkhard Mausberg. I live at 747 Manning Avenue. And Mr. Chair, it sounds like this particular application is more popular than Taylor Swift tickets. So that's an observation worth making. And I want to start by giving a shout out to Debbie Wong at the committee at staff level. She's been really patient in asking and in answering questions that we've had. And I just wanted to do a shout out for Debbie. Number 3, this is actually a YIMBY, yes in my backyard presentation. And I want to make comments on 3 separate things. First, the process. 22 minor variances, where many of them are not minor, doesn't seem to be the right process. This really should be going through a rezoning application. Number 2, I'm going to take you on a field trip. I'm going to show you exactly the geography of the space, so you get a sense about, particularly the laneway houses. That's the one I'm going to focus my presentation on. It's a little wet, but I hope you can see this. So that's where the subject property is.
Sorry, Burkhard, we are unable to see what you're referring to.
Oh, is my camera not on?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. The speakers are not able to share presentations. It needed to be submitted to city staff, and then it's up to city staff to present. So did you submit?
I can't show you the real life picture of what we're talking about.
Was it contained in the correspondence you sent in?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. We'll pull up your letter.
Sorry, you can't see it, or you don't want to see it?
No. We will pull up your letter that you sent in to us, and if that contains what you want to show us, then we'll proceed on that basis. Hang on a second.
Okay, so the question was.
Just hang on a second. Give us a moment to find your letter.
So field trips aren't permitted?
No, if you're showing, you want to show us something that is different from what you sent in and submitted to us, no, the procedure doesn't allow for that. If you just hang on a sec, we'll find and pull up your letter for you.
I was going to give you something different to look at for a change. Real life pictures of the proposed area. I thought that would make this presentation a little bit more different and interesting.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if he has not submitted what he wants to present, then we just need to move on with his presentation without
Did you hear,
sharing.
have you heard that? So if what you want to present is contained in the letter that you already sent us, then we're happy to pull that up. If what you want to show us is not in that letter, then we'll
There you
just-
go. We can use that. We can use that.
Okay, so is that his letter?
Can you please show the pictures? I was going to show you a live picture. This is good. This is good. Let's start here. So that's my backyard. If you go to the next picture, please, down there. And that's the remaining backyards. The garage there is the location for the proposed laneway house. And I would submit to you that having a two-story laneway house is not good for those of us that have really postage signs of backyards. That's going to create a real boxed-in situation for us. I appreciate that the proponent has removed the windows, but in terms of physical space, our backyards are less than 18 feet deep. And you're going to have a 6.3 meter building going up, sure, with a setback, but it's really going to box 3 or 4 neighbors in. I would also argue with you that the laneway house bylaw says that you have to have a minimum of 5 meters from the main building. And if the minimum of 5 meters to up to 7.5 meters, the maximum height allowed is 4 meters. That's for the laneway bylaw for the main building. Now, the laneway bylaw doesn't say anything for adjacent building, but I would suggest to you by equivalency that the rule should also apply to other homes. So in this case, it's just over 5 meters, 5.2 meters away from our homes. Not more than 7.5 meters. So therefore, the maximum height allowed should be 4 meters. It's only after you exceed 7.5 meters that the laneway house can be larger. And laneway houses do work, right? I mean, this is a one-story laneway house. It's beautiful, provides rental space, and does not allow for our backyards to be boxed in. Furthermore, I want to comment on 2 other issues that perhaps aren't zoning related. If you go down further, there's another picture really badly. That's my backyard. That's how close it is. If you go down further, there should be there, stop. These are crudely drawn diagram, my apologies. But my understanding is that the subject property is subject to easements for those telephone poles. These telephone poles provide high-speed internet to about 10 homes. I have no idea how the proponent plans to deal with the easement, and I will venture to you that most of us along that street that gets serviced by this internet work from home, and we cannot afford any downtime in our internet. Again, maybe not a planning issue, a zoning issue, but I do want you to be aware that there are some real issues here that concern us with what happens there. Finally, I want to comment on a few of the proponents, folks from Dovercourt and Hyde Park, that talk about affordable housing. I want to be clear that the history of this particular company and the proponent is to build elite luxury homes. There will not be a single apartment there affordable. They will probably start rents at a minimum of $3,500. So this will not contribute to the affordable housing stock that the city so desperately needs. So I suggest, I would ask you that you refuse this application. If you would build a 4-plex on the front side and 2 single-story laneway houses, that would replace a single-family dwelling with 6 units, a 6-to-1 increase. If every single residential lot would use that kind of expansive development, we would be coming close to meeting our housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Dylan?
Just one minor clarification. Did you say that the distance between your house main wall and the current garage, proposed main street, is 5.2 meters? Is that correct?
Yes, and that's for the other neighbors as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next speaker.
Katie, you've been unmuted. Katie Barrett, are you there?
Yes, hi there. Yes, perfect. I was just checking the version. That's the right version of my presentation. So that's great because I can build off of what Burkhard said. My name is Katie Barrett and I live at 741 Manning Avenue. And I'm also speaking on behalf of my neighbor, Taylor Fawcett, who lives at 745 Manning Avenue. And both of our backyards, similar to Burkhard's, directly abut where the proposed ancillary building with the 2 laneway suites would be located. Next slide, please. I want to start by saying that I, like my neighbors, are absolutely not opposed to a multi-unit development on this lot and recognize that the city urgently needs more housing. However, I do oppose the scale of this design, the characterization of these variance requests as minor, and argue that the proposed design of the ancillary building does not maintain the intent of the laneway suites bylaw. Next slide, please. As has been mentioned, this is a really unique lot. So this gives you another perspective of what Burkhard was just talking about, where you can see where the ancillary building is proposed. There's a 7.5 meter setback from the Barton residence to meet the required setback for a 2-story laneway suite, but the same is not applied to the abutting Manning properties, which do not meet this threshold. Next slide, please. Further, I want to respond to one of the applicant's points about the more typical layout of lots, where I want to point out that in this scenario, a 7.5 meter setback from the main residences on Manning Avenue would be required to build a laneway structure that's taller than 4 meters. I actually spoke to the individual in the city who's the current lead on the zoning review for the ancillary building yesterday, and she said that this was a good point and she'd actually be bringing this example to her zoning review colleagues as the height of restrictions should be applied to all surrounding residences. With respect to variances 21 and 22, which ask to significantly increase the length and width of the ancillary building, the applicant tries to make the point that this takes up the same space as the existing garage footprint. But as you just saw, the garage is 1 level currently, and therefore a 2-story building of the same footprint so close to these homes on Manning would be extremely imposing in comparison. Also, by not allowing the variances in width and length of ancillary building, it would allow a setback from the Manning properties, which would address concerns regarding water runoff directly into our yards and maintenance along the property lines. Next, please. The current 2-story proposal would significantly impact on the enjoyment of the properties with adjacent backyards. It would box in already small backyards, limit or block sunlight and brightness into those backyards and homes, and also create views of brick instead of at least a little bit of sky. So I ask the committee to please consider the intent of the laneway suites bylaw, which is to prevent 2-story laneway suites that are too close to main residences. Next slide, please. Further, there's an alternative that would be a win-win for everyone. This is a picture of a 1-story laneway suite that the applicant recently built in a nearby neighborhood. So this solution would provide new housing while minimizing impact on adjacent neighbors and better align with the intent of the laneway suite bylaw. Next slide. Furthermore, I'd like to speak about the angular plane variance request, variance 20. So in the applicant's presentation, they note that the design with the 1.5 meter setback, as seen in this image, would meet the intent of the angular plane bylaw, which is to minimize impact on adjacent neighbors. However, if the bylaw for the angular plane was applied in the correct spot, it would actually be seen on the north side towards the rear lot line of 91 Barton Avenue. So my question to the committee is, if the applicant is going to change the orientation of the laneway suite design to meet the intent of the angular plane requirement, then why should they not also meet the intent of the requirement for a minimum distance from the residential buildings along Manning Avenue to build a 2-story laneway structure? I'll also note that even with the 1.5 meter setback on the second floor, the majority of these homes affected still don't meet the 7.5 meter minimum distance to allow a 2-story laneway suite. That's how close they are. Next slide, please. So I will just conclude by reiterating my point that I'm absolutely not opposed to a multi-unit plus laneway suite development on this site, and the city urgently needs more homes. However, the proposed design of the ancillary building does not maintain the intent of the laneway suites bylaw, and there's an alternative that would meet and satisfy all needs, which include creating new housing and reducing impact on neighboring properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Elizabeth, you've been unmuted. Elizabeth Rail, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Elizabeth Rael, 750 Euclid Avenue.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I live at 750 Euclid Avenue, halfway between London and Barton. I'm therefore a few houses south of the proposed development and across the laneway. I registered to come for information, but since I reviewed the presentation materials, I want to state that I do support this development with reservations. I'm hoping they can be addressed. I support the proposal because there are 2 and 3 bedroom units, meaning that families can live here and become part of our wonderful Seton Village community, attending the schools, using the crosswalks, greeting the crossing guard, using local amenities, getting to know their neighbors. It's a fine neighborhood. I'm so glad to call it my home. My chief concern about the proposal is that the 2 laneway units entrances are on the laneway itself. And I think that even with the inset, it is dangerous. I sit in my backyard and I garden in it or tidy at the laneway edge. And sadly, I can say that some drivers speed along the laneway. Some drivers are overly aggressive about using the laneway and pushing past someone who's, for example, trying to clear leaves or branches from the edges of their property. Most drivers go slowly and carefully, not all. I'm concerned that even if there were concrete bollards shielding the laneway house entrances, a resident will be clipped by a passing car in the laneway. I hope that the developers are encouraged to redesign the entrance locations so that they are off the laneway. I realize this is a big ask to an architect to redo their plans. However, I believe it's essential for long-term safety of the residents of 91 Barton Avenue development, whether adults or children. I also have concerns, as others have spoken, about cars vying for parking space. I don't have a car myself. I did have a concern about units having adequate daylight if there are only windows on the north and south sides. And I hope that the architect and developers will ensure there's enough light so residents feel happy to live in the units long term. I've learned a lot from listening to my neighbors and others as they speak about their objections, and I'm hoping that these things can be taken into account and that a good development can be built. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Okay, next speaker.
Avon, you've been unmuted.
Did you say Avon?
Or Avon, sorry.
Okay, hi, I'm Avon McFarlane and I live at 749 Manning.
Hi.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
You guys must be tired of all of us. Could you please bring up, yeah, thank you. I feel like I'm a bit of a broken record now with all of my neighbors because I'm saying a lot of the same things, although mine is from a more of an individual perspective. I wanted to first say that I am an almost 30-year resident of Seton Village. My children were born and raised rather in Seton Village, and I love this neighborhood. In fact, I sold and bought back in because I love it so much. And as much as I love this neighborhood and as much as I support, like everyone else is saying, that the multiplex policy, I feel that the scale and the scope of this particular proposal is excessive for that piece of property and that it will have permanent negative impact on me and my neighbors. Next slide, please. So I apologize. This looks like through a fisheye lens. It's just 2 photos put together. This is my current backyard, which has unimpeded view of Sky and the 91 Barton backyard. And I'm not naive to think that this is not going to be developed. However, I included this to show that the 91 Barton, which is kind of that, like, I don't know what you'd call it, like a pinky color, that is a 2-story structure right now. It's going to be a full 3-story, come much further back into the backyard. So I will be ostensibly looking right into people's windows and they will be looking into mine. I have grave concerns about that. Next slide, please. Some of the things that I'm concerned about have been echoed by all of my neighbors. I'm very concerned about the lack of privacy, the overlook, the rooftop patio. I'm concerned gravely about excessive noise. Even now when people have parties at night, it's very quiet neighborhood. And so I'm worried about the noise going from one household to 10. I'm worried about increased and excessive garbage attracting rats and mice, which, you know, that's a common concern in the city. But right now there's only one household, and moving to 10 is going to really impact that. And like everyone else, it's going to have direct impact on my ability to enjoy my backyard. I currently air dry my laundry a lot of the year. I grow vegetables in my backyard. As Gareth said, winter sun is very critical to me as well, and I'm worried about all of that. Next slide, please. This is a page from the developer's proposal, which shows the shadow study. The property yellow highlighted is mine. As you can see on the left-hand side, that is current 10 a.m. I have mostly sun, and in the proposed, it's all shadow. To me, that is not negligible. So I'm very concerned about the lack of sunlight. Next slide, please. Again, I'm just repeating what everybody said, so I'm not going to say all of these points, but I do worry about my ability to work from home effectively when what I'm going to be looking at is an apartment building and other people's windows. And despite being asked, the developer, despite being asked for a rendering from the Manning side, we have not been provided that. So we really have no way of knowing what it's going to look like other than removing the windows on the west side. So I would request that we see that. You can skip over the next slide, which is just another view of my backyard. And finally, next slide. I'm worried about water runoff and drainage. A couple of people have mentioned this in passing. I have not seen any water runoff or drainage details whatsoever. We all know that in the city of Toronto, we are experiencing increasingly big rains. And so I'm very, very concerned about drainage into our backyards, causing flooding in yards or basements or into the laneway. There are proposed additional 24 bathrooms with toilets and 8 washer dryers, bathtubs, showers, etc. That will seriously impact the water use and sewage and storm water drainage needs. And the soft landscaping is less than half of what is required, and therefore drainage is impacted. Next slide, please. I just did a very simple chart here on the soft landscaping point, which is the required for total landscaping is 50% of the lot. The proposal shows 24%. And the soft landscaping percentage of total landscaping is supposed to be 25% of the total lot. And in fact, in the proposal, it's 7% of the total lot. Next slide, please. So just to conclude, I think that the proposal is excessive in scale and scope. I think that the impact will be very negative and will be permanent. And while I agree with the city policy for 1 fourplex and 1 laneway house, this does not adhere to that. So I would request that you reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Pete Aspros, you've been unmuted.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pete Aspros. I live at 757 Manning Avenue. My backyard abuts against the west lot line of the proposal. I'd like to address the the windows that were being removed from the west side elevation. I don't know if you can see that. And as much as I appreciate the sentiment that they were removed due to neighborhood concerns, I think that might be a bit disingenuous. And the reality is you can't have any unprotected openings along the lot line. So what we're left with is an 11-meter tall, 28-meter long brick wall. And were that the case, maybe not so bad, a giant brick wall blocking in your backyard, which I think we can all agree nobody wants to be bricked in your backyard. But there's no guarantee that it's going to be brick. In fact, I think it's going to be a block wall, a masonry wall, 11 meters tall and 20-meter long masonry wall right to the lot line. So variances 9 and 14, the side yard setback and landscape strip going to 0. I work in construction, and if you want a brick wall, you need something to put it on, and you need to brick that from the outside of the building. So they would need to build scaffolding in our backyards to brick up this wall. Masonry, on the other hand, you can build the masonry wall from that side of the lot line. So my biggest concern here, and this would affect, I think, 10 properties on Manning, that side yard setback, instead of being 0.45 meter setback with a 1.5 meter landscape strip, goes to 0, and we have this giant wall, this masonry block wall, blocking in our backyards. Apart from the loss of light and this oppressive monolith, blocking in their backyards, to add insult to injury, we're going to put a rooftop deck on the top of this 11-meter high building, making it the highest rooftop deck anywhere in Seton Village. And as much as I see the attachment of similar properties around, saying, it's keeping in character of the neighborhood, the 3-story character of the neighborhood. None of these buildings have a rooftop deck on top of the 3rd story, not one. So that doesn't really apply. And in most cases, I might even say in all cases, these 3-story, so-called 3-story buildings in our neighborhood, they all have gabled roofs, and they're not square across the top. I guess you would call them a 2.5-story or converted attic spaces. So apart from maybe I think it's 42 and 38, which are 4-story apartment complexes on the corner of Markham and Barton. The rest are more or less single-family homes. That's what I'd like to say about the side lot line. As far as the FSI being 3 times that of what's allowed in the neighborhood, I'm all for density, but what we're and the residences or apartments that they show that are similar. Let me just pull them up here. Right. 208 Bartlett Avenue of 2.18 times FSI is not our neighborhood. So if you scratch that, and 80 Barton, which is 2.15 times. 80 Barton is a residential home with 2 commercial stores in the back. So I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. Leaving only 38 and 42 Barton, which are giant 4-story apartment buildings that front onto Barton. The west side is on a lane, and the right side, the east side, is on Markham. So they're not abutting. I mean, you don't have a giant apartment building abutting someone's backyard. So for these reasons, I think the proposal is going a little above and beyond what's minor and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? None? move on to the next speaker.
Mark Day, you've been unmuted.
No. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Day. We live, and this is with my wife, Colleen Little. We live at 762 Euclid Avenue. So our house is directly across the laneway to the east side of the proposed laneway houses. We don't believe this proposal constitutes a minor variance, nor is it appropriate for the neighborhood. We are aware that the city is looking to increase density, and we support these efforts. However, it must be done in a sustainable and responsible manner. This proposal is a complete change in the current usage of the site, submitted under the guise of 22 variances, most of which are not in any way minor. They're quadrupling the GFA, there's no setbacks, massive excess and height and width, and lack of green space. So we just want to come and support the opposition of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Next speaker, please.
Sarah Valere, you've been unmuted.
My name is Sarah Valere. I'm a resident at 774 Manning Avenue. I oppose the application, which proposes variances that are major when considered as a package. I support density and agree that this lot is suitable for redevelopment as a multi-unit dwelling. Were this an application for 4 units and 1 laneway suite, I would be supporting it, but it is not. I live 80 meters away from 91 Barton Avenue, but I never received a notice from the applicant. And today I'm going to be speaking a bit in response to the developer's suggestion that they made extensive efforts to consult with the community. So the first information that I received about the proposal was when my husband was solicited for support by the developer on April 10th at 4 p.m., which was just before the deadline for submitting comments. Duncan Brown of Green Street Flats described the proposal as a small multi-unit building to fill the missing middle in predominantly residential neighborhoods. While on the surface this seemed like a reasonable pro-density proposal, he did not explain the actual scope of the project, nor the plan was to build beyond the zoning regulations. Mr. Brown did not provide any documents or specifics about the current proposal, but he did share a Maclean's article about a development on Howland Avenue, which, it turns out, was significantly less dense than what is being proposed here. The comparison was misleading, as the current proposal is essentially double the density of what the Howland property is. In addition, Mr. Brown stated that the proposal was being adjusted in response to community feedback. Although I have heard today what those adjustments are, they do not seem to be substantive changes. Rather than listen and respond to community feedback, the developers worked around it by approaching residents that are farther away and solicited their support with incomplete information. Some signed form letters written by the developer, suggesting that the people who were signing had seen the plans and were not opposed to the proposal. In some cases, these supporters had never been provided with the plans. As an example, our neighbors at 771 Manning Avenue across the street, who support density and built a laneway home themselves, initially signed one of these form letters of non-objection. However, the nature and extent of the project as a 10-unit complex was not explained to them, nor were the plans shared. Now that they know the details of the proposal, those neighbors have withdrawn their support. So in light of the developer's method in obtaining support, generic statements of non-objection from neighbors, some of whom are claiming incorrectly to be directly adjacent, and letters from people that do not live in Seton Village should be treated with considerable skepticism. Letters of non-objection do not qualify as support and are at best neutral. It is not clear that anyone in the community who is directly affected by the proposal actually supports it. While it is easy to label this simply as a density argument, it is not. An overwhelming number of people do support a properly zoned multi-unit dwelling that aligns with the city's multiplex housing policy. but this proposal is unsafe for future and current residents and sets a problematic precedent. Like many of the immediate neighbors, I support the need to increase density in our neighborhood and would support a 4 or 5 unit development. But this proposal is density washing to promote profits at the expense of good planning and to the detriment of the community. If done properly, this could be an opportunity to build accessible and affordable housing for families in a great neighborhood. Contrary to the suggestion that the proposal would in fact increase affordability, there is no evidence to suggest that. And in fact, the units that this developer has created are going at rentals that are well above affordable rates. I urge the committee to reject the current application. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions of the speaker? Hearing none, move on to the next.
Charles Arbez, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, I guess, at this point, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. We're having a great time hearing from everyone, but my name is Charles Arbez. I live at 175 Christie Street, which is right down the road from 91 Barton. And I'm here today to speak in support of this application and the proposal itself. I'm going to be going a little a cappella as well, as someone else mentioned, so bear with me. But before I begin, I want to say that I very much respect the feelings of the neighbors that have come out today and how we all react to change. We are all in this together as Toronto evolves, hopefully for the better. So additionally, as I noted, I live in the area and have an educational and working background in urban planning and design, and have lived here for the last 20 years or so. So I experience this property every single day as I commute back and forth from work. I have reviewed all the materials available online for the project. This number of variances on the face of it seems like a lot, but I believe disseminating everything separately, you can easily see that they are minor in nature, as well as looking at it as a whole. I believe it's quite telling that the professional planners in Toronto City Planning Department also do not have any objections to what you're seeing before you today. The scale of this project is absolutely in keeping with the neighborhood. It has a 2-story built form, to emphasize it. It absolutely maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw and the official plan, and is desirable for the land. It meets the 4 tests and is specifically providing much needed family size units in an area that needs family size units. To address some of the specific comments I've heard so far regarding the laneway first, from what I have seen, again, commuting back and forth every day past it, it's not as busy as it is claimed to be. Lots of worldwide cities, which are denser than Toronto, allow for direct access onto laneways from buildings that are much bigger than what is proposed today, Tokyo being a prime example of it. 0 lot line conditions, the side yard setbacks proposed, also exist all over Toronto and in other cities all over the world, and should definitely be encouraged to maximize density as well as good internal unit design, especially around transit, like this site does. Pulling ourselves back and looking at the larger picture here, though, for a second, we are absolutely in a housing crisis, as we all know. We are so behind in supply, which affects affordability directly. We need to allow for this kind of gentle density and actually promote it. We cannot address this crisis with half measures anymore. I myself am in my early 30s, and the only reason I can actually be in this neighborhood where I live today is because my family has owned a house here since the 1950s. This is not an acceptable or sustainable way to grow Toronto, or for that matter, any city in the world in general. We've heard lots of opinions today, many of which start by saying that density here is actually warranted, but just not this kind of density. However, based off of the many C of A applications that I've been a part of, as well as other applications all over the city, the people that never actually have a voice in these processes are the new neighbors that will actually be moving into this building, the new people that will be moving into this building and into this area. Young families that are looking to start a life that simply cannot afford any kind of home in areas like this right now. Young families looking to shop at small businesses, local coffee shops nearby, and actually contribute to the local community and the economy for that matter in general. This is something that we should be encouraging. In March, of 2024, Canada hit 41 million people. That's the highest growth we've seen since 1957. And most of those people are coming here to the GTA and within Toronto more specifically. Inversely, looking at our land use, only 5.9% of it is actually designated for real growth between mixed use areas and regeneration areas. We do not use our land use effectively to accommodate for our growing city. Additionally, our population density when compared to other global cities all over the world is very, very low. Within our neighborhoods, specifically within our old Toronto neighborhoods, 71% within areas like the Seton Village as well as the Annex have actually lost population since 1971. Within the Annex specifically, between 1971 and 2016, based off census data, 6,000 people moved out or either passed away. Within Seton Village more specifically, so between Bathurst and Christie, east and west, and DuPont and Bloor, north and south, the population decreased by 300 people between 2011 and 2016, based off census data. The most successful cities in the world adapt quickly to changing needs. Our neighborhoods like these, in total, Seton Village, the Annex, et cetera, make up twice the size based off land use or based off land area itself, make up twice the total size of Manhattan. We need to utilize this land better than the way that we do now. The fact of the matter is that this particular property—
Mr. Arbas, I'm sorry for interrupting, but you're considerably past your time.
Okay,
So
I'll
if I
wrap
could
up.
ask you just to wrap up, please.
I'll wrap up, no problem. We have to look at our neighborhoods in a future-oriented and flexible way, I believe. And I think that if we do things the right way, that this kind of proposal won't actually seem so out of place in 5 to 10 years, hopefully sooner. Just because it's one of the first of its kind does not mean in any way that it's actually going to be out of place. It's good for this neighborhood, good for the future, good for our children's future, and for the future of the city of Toronto. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions to this speaker? That is our last speaker.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Yuns. I'm going to, with the indulgence of everyone, give you a little latitude on your time. There's an awful lot of comments that we've heard, both for and against, and if you need a little extra time to address all those concerns, I'm happy to give you a little bit more leeway.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Hello again. I've tried to make some notes here, so I'll try to be as concise as I can. Hitting a number of points here that were raised by all the speakers that came out. There was a lot of comments on this application. It's been something that people have in the neighborhood are in support of, they have an interest in. People are, in other cases, not supportive of, or they have concerns about. And, we have tried to engage the community. On 4 separate days, the owner of the site walked around the neighborhood, dropped off letters with information about the proposal, where they could find all the information submitted in support of it. They also had the plans with them physically to show people. And so that happened on several days in the weeks leading up to this hearing. I understand the concerns, and we've tried to respond to them in a number of ways. Some of the changes is shown on page 11 of my presentation. And for the benefit of one of the speakers, the Manning elevations are shown there too. We tried to look at this in a comparison to an as-of-right situation. I know a lot of people have brought up the multiplex bylaw and the laneway sweep bylaw. As of right on this site, a 19-meter deep multiplex that is 11 meters tall could be built within 0.45 meters of the west property line. The proposed 24-meter building depth that accommodates an apartment and is a comparable size to other apartments on Barton is both appropriate for the use and appropriate given the considerable depth of this site, which, when looked at in the neighborhood context, is of a proportion that is the same as other buildings on lots that are less deep. It could also be constructed without an FSI variance. Actually, if this were looked at as a multiplex with 8 units, we would have far fewer variances. The side yard landscape requirement would not be required for a multiplex either. There are certain provisions that are specific to apartments that are actually quite restrictive in the low-rise residential zoning areas of the city that make these proposals exceedingly challenging. I can't think of an example of a lot where you could do an apartment building as of right, despite it being a permitted use in the R zone that is subject to this site and many in the core of the city. I also appreciate the comments on the multiplex approach, though I think it doesn't represent the efficient and appropriate use of land of a site within 2 MTSAs on a collector road within a neighborhood. And the reason I say that, the laneway suite and the multiplex policies, which allow for a 4-unit building and a laneway suite or garden suite in the back, apply to every neighborhood property in the city. We have a lot here that is within an area that is directed by provincial policy, growth plan, as well as the city's enactment of the MTSA policies in 2022 that suggests incrementally more density should be provided here. With regard to the policies in the official plan regulating development in neighborhoods, policy 415 is clear that the density or the permitted intensification of use on a site, of the things that are permitted in neighborhoods, being everything from detached buildings to apartments up to a height of 4 stories. That's in policy 4.1. In 4.15, it notes that along major streets, higher order roads, incrementally more density is encouraged. In fact, the city is right now looking at introducing 6-story buildings on major streets across neighborhoods in the city. This is on a collector road, not a local road. It's in 2 PMTSAs. If this was outside of a PMTSA on a local road, yeah, I think having an apartment in that would be much more challenging to situate. But from a land use perspective, considering the body of work that the city is doing on EHON, the provincial policy statements, and the growth plan, and the MTSA policies, this is appropriate. I've talked about the prevailing character policies. With regard to the soft landscaping, I do have a slide up there that talks about the prevailing characteristics of landscaping in the area. And we tried to look at this on a lot level and on a block level, taking into consideration the areas of soft landscaping on either side of Barton and toward the south of the site. I believe it's 2 more slides down. Yeah, you can see there. So there's a mix of hardscape and softscape within the blocks here. And what we're doing, I think, aligns not only with variances that have been approved along Barton and in other areas of the community, but also aligns with the prevailing pattern of landscaped open space, which is the test in the official plan. Regarding the tests of the official plan for neighborhoods, they are not determinative of whether or not an application is successful or fails at the committee. They are not a checklist that is meant to be checked. They are one set of policies that is meant to inform applications in neighborhoods. The plan is intended to be read and interpreted as a comprehensive and cohesive whole. That includes regard for the housing policies, the PMTSA policies, and our sustainability policies. And one of the most resilient things a city can do in terms of accommodating growth is to provide new density in transit supportive areas that are supported by commercial spaces, amenities, parks, and bike lanes to allow for more walkable communities like this one. I've been to the site several times. I've walked down the lane, including with my 5-year-old son. One of the reasons why we're providing an access on the lane, which is only to 2 units. The central units are accessed by that access off the lane. That was recessed, and we're proposing convex mirrors specifically for safety purposes. If we didn't provide that recess, we wouldn't need one of the variances, which is variance 11. Which details the separation between the 2 buildings. So we're specifically providing that for 2 units. The rest of the access is to the apartment building or to the front and the rear. With regard to the laneway suites, there's a setback that's provided there. The access to the 2 units in the center of the apartment are similarly situated with a setback. That was determined to be appropriate in the review that the building department did regarding laneway suites. Regarding emergency safety, the building will meet the fire code. There are other apartments in this area which have similar exiting issues. The plan, when we got a zoning review for this to identify the variance, the plan gets reviewed by Toronto building staff, and any issues in the OBC, which are fire code matters, would have to be flagged at that point, and we would have to resolve those before proceeding because the building couldn't be constructed and permitted. So it was reviewed by Toronto Fire. No OBC issues related to life safety were raised, and we've tried to account for access issues in the design of the building. Regarding the windows to the west, I can tell you those were removed quite late in the process in recently submitted plans as a result of conversations that happened with the committee. You can build windows at a 0 lot line as long as they're fire rated windows. That is possible. Regarding the height, the roof of the building is 10.93 meters. It's lower than the 11-meter height limit. The requested variance is for a partition on the roof level between the amenity spaces for some of the apartment units. There are no easements on the site regarding the services or regarding the utilities, but as part of the building permit process, the applicant is required to work with the utilities, of course, to make sure that they're not impeding the operation of those utilities. With visitor parking, there's green P parking lots in the area, transit, bike lanes. It's a very walkable community. And as is the case with many lots that may have 1 parking space or none, visitors to those lots have to utilize other options to visit people in the building. With regard to sunlight, we prepared a shadow study, and while I certainly understand the concerns about sunlight and overlook, when you remove, or when you apply the proposed development and an as-of-right 19-meter, 11-meter tall building with a 0.45 meter setback to the lot line, which reflects the as-of-right condition, the difference in impact between the as-of-right and the proposed are not significant. I understand the concerns, and we've tried to address them as best we can. On the rear yard setback to the lane, from the west, we're going beyond what's required in the bylaw to provide that 1.5 meter setback above the second story, again with no windows. One of the commenters mentioned applying the angular plane to the front of the suite, as would normally be required. If we were to do that, that would only impact the north part of the laneway suite. There's a bigger impact on separating the second story from the adjacent residences to the west by providing that 1.5 meter setback, rather than just the angular plane towards the north. Finally, we talked to staff about a zoning amendment process. They agree that a zoning amendment is not necessary here. If they felt otherwise, they would have written to the committee in that regard. And if the implication is that a zoning amendment would be a better process to go through, it's just a more expensive, costly process that the city has previously determined is a barrier to this type of missing middle housing. And as the city is not objecting to the variances here, I expect they wouldn't object to them in the course of a zoning amendment application. So in closing, my view is that this development, and it is challenging, neighborhood infill and missing middle housing is challenging, but I believe from a policy perspective, this is the type of housing that has been considerate in its development, and we've tried to situate things in a way which clearly doesn't address everybody's concerns. But we have done our level best in trying to do that to provide new family-sized, stable rental housing into this community. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Panel, questions? Dylan?
That was a very impressively fast.
I'm sorry.
You got double the time, though.
I know. I just wanted to follow up on the utility pole question that one proponent raised about the existence of the poles that carry the internet and probably telephone, and how those will be dealt with.
Well, if there are any, so usually when you're getting permit applications reviewed by the city, there's a circulation to utilities. If there are any conflicts, whether it's with the swing of wires, as can be the case within laneways, or the poles themselves, those would have to be addressed to the satisfaction of the utility as a condition of any permits being issued. So in some cases, poles have to be relocated, and if that were a condition that was required of the building permit here, it would be necessary to be completed prior to any work.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'll throw
Yes,
a few out there.
Paul?
So let's start positive side. So I really appreciate the presentation. You really tried to communicate the variances in a kind of a graphic way, and also to the larger group, everybody did a great job presenting their concerns graphically and whatnot. One thing that what I think might have helped you would have been to show what the as of right massing for the site is, and then what the proposal is, because I think that's our job. We're minor variances. So when you compare multiplex for single laneway house versus, that would help communicate where the variances are. And I think that, but my general opinion after all hearing everything is that you're trying to do a lot on this site. You're trying to do a lot of things. And I think the only other comment I'd say before we go into committee is that it doesn't sound like there was a lot of neighbor consultation. I think they had a lot of good insight in what it is to live in that neighborhood. Laneway, lines of sight, access. Sounds like there was a missed opportunity there, though. So, but I think you've heard it now. So, but again, I think you did a good job describing the intent, but I think that there's the accumulation of all the variances makes a very complex site solution. Right. So, thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know if there was a question in there.
No question. Just an observation about. But I think if you're maybe if there's a whatever that to show what the as of right situation in comparison to your proposal would have helped a little bit.
I appreciate that. I think we tried to do that with the shadow study, but definitely point taken. And from a community consultation perspective, we were sure to reach out early and often, and I will take that comment back. I do appreciate it.
I have a couple of questions. I'll start with the main dwelling, the rooftop decks. So our experience has been when you're into a tight urban fabric, rooftop decks tend to get people's attention for obvious reasons. They animate the rooftop space, but they also generate noise. And I appreciate that you have set back the railing, the guard. I presume that's going to be screened
Yes.
properly.
Yes, sir.
But what's your thoughts or your client's thoughts about noise attenuation? You know, is there anything that could be done, you know, to soften the impact? I mean, people are going to be up there recreating, right? That's the space that you're proposing, right? That and some modest amount of space in between the proposed apartment building and the laneway suite. There is some amenity space there, but
yes,
it sounds like there's going to be a fair amount of activity on the roof.
That's correct. So the rooftop space is intended to be amenity for some of the units within the apartment.
So I just wonder what your thoughts might be about, I mean, you know, overlook can be addressed by privacy, but is there something that could be done that might reduce the impact on fairly close neighbors about noise?
Well, I think, you know, reducing the size by bringing in the setbacks, I mean, it limits the number of people you generally have in a rooftop area in the first place.
Doesn't stop them from making noise.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair comment. I could, if I can be permitted a minute to speak with my client, I could see if there's anything specifically. I mean, whether it's noise barriers or any kind of noise attenuation, I certainly wouldn't want to put anything on the west side that would create a visual issue for the neighbors to the west. If you're requesting limiting the size or resituating or removing the rooftop deck area, I can certainly take that back to my client here and see what we can do.
Again, we can come back to that. Maybe we can give you a little bit of time to consult with your client on that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
While I've got you then, I want to talk a little bit about the laneway suite.
Yes.
So there are structures there now.
Correct.
Are they being demolished, obviously, but are you using basically the same footprint, or is it bigger, smaller?
It's shown, I think, in one of the last slides of my presentation. It's the same footprint fundamentally as what's there existing. The part of the structure is in quite rough shape, but you can see there on the screen it shows the green outline is the proposed laneway suite and the orange outline is the footprint of the existing garage in the back.
Okay, so you're just rounding off that one corner.
That's correct. Yes.
I do notice that on your floor plan, so I mean, quite frankly, there are two large laneway suites. They length, width, height. I mean, you're not looking for a height variance overall.
No, we're not.
But so there's two washrooms on the main floor and another washroom on the second floor. So they're large. I mean, and we heard from some neighbors, just because of the configuration, the lot configuration of those neighbors on Manning, which are butt up to that. I mean, for whatever reason, the lot lines are much tighter than than they are in other spots. And I think they've appreciated the fact that you're setting back the second story 1.5 meters. But is there, I mean, it still is a fairly imposing structure on those dwellings which are really quite close. And I'm just musing to myself a little bit, but you know, I wonder if there's a different design that would mitigate that change, that rather abrupt impact on those backyards, which are, again, maybe historically or for whatever reason, they're very tight and small.
Yeah, it's a unique lot. It abuts 12 properties along the side lot line. So
the whole thing is very unique, no doubt about it. But, and again, I think the fact that you moved back the second floor 1.5 meters helps. But I wonder whether there's either a different design for the roof or some sort of thing that you could do that would reduce or mitigate that impact on the backyards of those houses on Manning?
So a further step back of that second story?
I don't know. I mean, I'm in your hands, but it just seems to me that they are already big laneway suites, and it you know, I think they look like there might even be 3 bedrooms, which is great. But I wonder if there is a way that could be reduced in some fashion that would reduce even further that impact on those particular properties, which I think arguably are pretty darn close to it.
I appreciate the suggestion. If I can be permitted a couple of minutes, assuming there are
with the indulgence of the committee, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so we, just to clarify, we're gonna go back and we're going to talk about what to do with the roof decks and what to do with separation distance on the second story of the laneway
Is there
suites.
anything else, panel, that is on anyone's mind? Okay, can we, yes, Paul.
So it's a little bit about the landscape. The landscape is significantly reduced on this property. Again, again, if you're going back, is there any mitigation that we can do to improve the landscape situation here? Because you are dramatically out of the as of right requirement. Right? So.
I can take that back. One thing we could do is, from a permeable surface perspective, we could add a green roof onto the surface of the laneway suite. I think that's there's sufficient surface area to do that, so that's an option. But that I'm happy to take that back as well. So those
Sabrina,
3 items.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break, or how do we want to handle this? Can we move to another item and come back to this?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, yeah. Perhaps we can deal with item number 16, because that's the last item for this morning, and then we can come back to this.
Why don't we do that? If that's fine. I know everyone in the crowd is here to see this one, but I'll beg your indulgence to allow us to stand this one down. We'll move on to the next. You can consult with your client, and we'll come back and deal with this.
Thank you, sir. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the last item for this morning's time slot, item 16, 496 Salem Avenue North.
Okay.
And if I can just ask for those that are here in person, if you want to have any conversations, please go outside, because we need to deal with this item. Thank you.
Okay, we move on to item number 16, 496 Salem Avenue North. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling and a front covered porch, also to alter the existing 1-story ancillary building, a detached garage, by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 3 dwelling units within the main house and 1 in the laneway suite. The committee has before a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, and a staff report from Urban Forestry, and correspondence and support from 490 Salem Avenue North.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have one person here speaking in interest. So at this
Hello,
time,
good afternoon, committee members and chairman. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners, and we're the designers. We're proposing, as you said, 3 units in the existing house, and the garden suite we're adding on top of an existing garage. The 2 variances for the house itself are very minor. It's one side we're keeping the existing wall, and the front, most of the foundation, that's mostly to preserve the tree, so we won't have as much damage to the tree, which we hope won't have any damage. But that was the purpose of leaving that wall there in the front as well. And the other variances for the garden suite are existing situation where it's 0.72 right now to the laneway. And we didn't do the angular plane mostly because if you put up the floor plan for the laneway suites, they're very small. If we start doing an angular there, they would be unusable. So that's why we have that variance. So the variance before you all minor in nature, and I feel that they meet the 4 tests. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions, panel? All right. we have a speaker? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I could have your
Members,
name and address, please.
My name is Wend.
Is your
Wasan.
microphone on there?
My name is Wend Wasan Gabru, and I own and have lived at 498 Salem Avenue North, the north, adjacent on the
Okay.
north side to the building in question now.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. I am truly excited to be here to start with. A few years back, when I graduated from the School of Architecture of the University of Toronto, I applied to be a member of the Committee of Adjustment. I was interviewed by 2 or 3 council members, and I've always wanted to come and see the proceedings, and this has been an added incentive to come too. But unfortunately or fortunately, I got a fantastic job and moved overseas after my interview. The objections I have are a couple. First of all, I must say that the 6 minor variances that they have suggested is something that you and the expert staff of the City of Toronto will deal with, and whatever happens, I'm not going to be there for a long time. My 2 adult children will be taking over, and I have requested for a written conclusion. I want to receive your decisions, the committee's decisions, in a letter format, and then I'll tell my 2 adult children who are in the legal profession to look at them and have their say if they have a chance to do so. One of the things that I object is that the arborist had made a report or an assessment, and there is a tree on my property, smack in the middle of my property, which extends to 496 Salem Avenue, and the arborist has suggested that they would want to chop about 10% of the tree. This is incidentally a tree of heaven, an angel tree, and I am opposed to not even 1% of cutting the tree. It would kill it, I would imagine. We have had that tree since I have moved to the house over 25 years ago. And of course, if it impedes in the construction of the proposed building, I would be glad to consult with the contractor or the owners to see whatever can be done to accommodate the construction. The number 2 concern that I have is looking at the floor plans. All the kitchens on the main building are located on the north side, on my side of the building, which is a blank wall, except probably there would be vents coming out of the building. My suggestion is that there would be a number of orders or kitchen orders coming out of the building, and when you have four vents coming out, there may be an unpleasant situation, and I would suggest that the vents would be taken up to the roof to accommodate our concerns. The third item I have is on the adjacent building, on the laneway suite, which has a window facing our backyard. As you know, our backyards are entertainment, family living areas as well. And I would want some sort of a way that we could be sheltered from eyes from one of the bedrooms, That's whose window is facing directly into our backyard. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Panel? Dylan?
In terms of the windows, on the ground floor, do you have a fence between the two properties?
On the ground, yes.
Yeah, so really the concern about the window would be the second floor window.
Yeah, the second floor, yeah, no, I don't have any objections to the windows on the ground floor.
Okay.
But the windows on the above, the floors above,
right,
are
understood.
concerned.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
If we could get the agent, Mr. Perez?
Well, yeah, hi again. Yeah, as per the window, there is no window in the kitchen. The windows, it's only on the south side. It's in the bedroom. The kitchen itself has no windows on the north side. We don't have any windows on the north side.
Sorry, I think that the neighbor was concerned about the...
Oh, the venting, yeah. The venting,
So first of all, on the gardens, on the laneway suite, he was concerned about having a window facing his property on the second floor. Are there any windows facing his property on the second floor?
Well,
Of
the windows
of
are
the laneway
facing,
suite.
well, the windows are facing the backyard, which, as you know, for garden suites and laneway suites, the windows are always going to be facing the backyard and facing the laneway as well, just to give some natural light to the bedroom, which is needed by the city requirements. And it's a bedroom there, so I don't see how...
Are there any facing north? Are there any windows on the second
Oh,
floor
no,
facing
the
north?
facing north. North, there's none, no.
Okay.
North and south, there's none.
So that addresses I think the...
Yeah, and also on the other, and also on the north, there's no windows on the house part, but we vent it to the other side or through the roof. It won't be vented on the north side. It's too close to the property line.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eddie, there's two other concerns that were raised, one with respect to venting and one was with respect to the tree.
Yeah, so the tree, we got an arborist report done, and then, as I said earlier, if you put up the basement floor plan, we're keeping the foundation walls at the side and at the front of the house to minimize any digging on that part, so it'll save the roots. And we put the veranda on the other side of the house, so the digging won't affect the tree. So we're trying not to damage or injure that tree whatsoever. That's why we left the foundation wall there in place, because it would be a lot easier to build the wall new, but to preserve the tree, we left those walls there. As you can see in the hatching in the basement, the two walls are gonna remain.
Okay?
Thank you.
And, sorry, venting.
Yeah, the venting, we're gonna take it, like I said, through the roof, or we can take it to the other side where we have 4 feet. I mean, 3 feet too, sorry, 96 centimeters.
Okay.
Thank
right.
you.
Panel, any questions? All right, thank you. We'll take this into committee. Any comments? Dylan?
I feel like the applicant has addressed the concerns of the neighbor. There aren't any windows facing the neighbor's property directly northwards, and they promised to put the vents not facing the neighbor, and to take, they seem to be doing a lot to make sure that the tree survives, and of course there is a forestry condition. So I think that those concerns have been addressed, and otherwise it's a pretty minor variances, and it's a great addition of a additional housing unit in the back garden. So I move that we approve the variances with forestry condition number 1.
Great. Mr. Reed moves approval with that condition. Any someone want a second? Mr. Gogan? All in favor? You have your approval. Okay, we return back to item number 7. Is the agent back?
Sorry, before we get, no, it's okay, you can say. Before we get to item number 7, to finish this item off, anyone who is here in attendance for our 2 p.m. time slot, the committee is still hearing our morning session, And then the committee will break for lunch, so we will not be commencing the afternoon session until shortly after 3 p.m. today. Okay?
Okay, we return to item number 7, Mr. Ewens.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Have you had a chance to consult with your client?
Yes, we have. Thank you, sir. So we, in response to the 3 comments that you raised, I've got 3 things I want to present here. We can increase the second-story setback in the laneway suite from 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters. I note that this is beyond what a 45-degree angular plane would be, since it starts at 4 meters, 2 and 2. This is beyond that. We will add a green roof to the laneway suite surface. We will remove, right now if you look on the rooftop, there are 4 rooftop balconies. We are prepared to remove the front and the rear ones entirely, and with the middle 2 remaining, and limited to a size of 25 square meters, which is fairly small. It's smaller than they are currently shown. The only reason why I'm not suggesting removing those is they're the only outdoor space that is contiguous to the 3-bedroom unit, 3-bedroom units in the middle. We looked at other ways to shrink the laneway suite as well, and we didn't want to risk losing bedrooms for building code and stairway issues. But so in summary, increasing the setback from 1.5 to 2.5, green roof, removing 2 of the rooftop balconies and limiting the remaining center ones to 25 square meters apiece.
And those rooftop balconies would still be screened for privacy?
They would be screened and they would be set back as shown.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Panel, any further questions of this one? Great, thank you. We're going to go into committee.
Sorry,
Oh.
through you, Mr. Chair. Does that mean none of the variances that are before us need any form of revision, amendment?
As far as I can tell. As far as I'm aware, we would be going beyond what the current variances are, because I don't think we trigger any new variances here. That's my understanding. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we go into committee, and before we go into committee, I'll just make a couple of observations. First of all, this application has obviously generated a great deal of interest from the surrounding community and quite frankly beyond. I wanted, I think on behalf of all of us, to thank everyone who took the time to come in and call in and share with the committee your thoughts. I can assure you that everyone's thoughts and concerns on this application have been well heard. They were all well presented. And I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time. It is a big commitment of time and energy to participate in this process. So I wanted to thank everyone, both pro and against, for all your input today. So we will take it into committee, and I'll look for some observations or thoughts on this application. Who wants to go first? Is it here?
Sure thing. I'll start. Thank you, Chair. Over the past number of years, you've always come across sites, properties that are very unusual. And this particular one, I'm not sure how this property actually ended up being the configuration that we see before us. I've listened very carefully to all the folks in opposition. I noted that of all the folks that were in support, there are only a couple that actually came forward to speak. The rest of them seem to be Twitter related. I find that it's one of those situations where the project to me seems to be a good project, wrong place. When one looks at the site Google map of this area, and I think a couple of folks in opposition actually showed us the garage existing structure from their backyard. Having this laneway now go up to a 2-story level literally puts in a massing in their backyard. it's not their fault that the depth of their properties are the way they are. Similarly with the main structure, I think it's a massing effect. In fact, one of the images that is quite telling, I think it's image number 5, slide number 5, that the applicant has presented to us. If it can be presented, I think it's quite striking. I'm not sure if we can show that one.
The unit configuration, right?
Yeah, it's the one that shows the units. It's in the presentation deck.
So this is the main dwelling or the
That, just
main
right
wing?
there.
Okay.
Now, I imagine this was the the agent trying to present, or the architects presenting what the units positions would look like. This image is actually, I think, detrimental to the case. Because to me, it looks like a number of, looking at the ports and having all these containers stacked up. And you can barely see the homes on the other side. They're completely boxed in. And I find this to be very problematic. The project itself is great, wrong place. And I think one of the considerations that keeps going through my mind is, what is the impact on the immediate neighbors? And I think the impact on from my perspective, the impact on the immediate neighbors, both with the laneway suites as well as the main structure, the impact is quite significant. And that's why I'm finding it really hard to say this is a great project and talking about approving it. So that's my current thinking.
Okay.
I'd like to hear my colleagues and your comments
All right.
as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Oh, gosh, okay.
Paul?
Well, I think I'll okay. So one of the reasons why I like to know what the as of right is, again, so we can determine if it's minor or not, is it also gives everyone viewing the application the understanding that if they did it as of right, it would have an impact on the neighborhood. And I think the as of right condition for this, it would have a significant impact. It's a different type of building use. So I think that's one thing to be measured. So I think the adding a meter on, or 1.7 meters on to additional height, additional length of however many meters, those are significant to me. But I think that the unique thing about this site for me is the laneway aspect. Is that this thing is the do everything for this neighborhood. It is people walking, cars moving. Now it's going to become an entrance and exit for some of the units, and a lot of the windows from these proposed units look across it into adjacent property. So there's a lot of windows. So it's a unique orientation for a multi-res because it's not looking back and forward. It's looking really sideways across. And that's a real challenge for me, the privacy side of that. It is a relatively narrow laneway. And it's the first time I've come across this amount of people looking across at elevation across into many backyards. So that's what I kind of meant earlier when I said this application's doing a lot. It's trying to do a lot at once.
Mm-hmm.
So. Again, as a lot of the deputants said, they support this use. It's just really challenging. Are we just trying to do too much? That's my challenge. So,
Dylan?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to echo my colleagues. I was super impressed at how articulate everybody was on both sides. That it was real refreshing. And also that almost everyone stuck to 5 minutes almost precisely, which was truly astonishing, and congratulations to everyone. I mean, first of all, as my colleagues have said, this is an unusual site. And I think there's no doubt whatsoever that this is the kind of site that the Committee of Adjustment is designed to address. There's no way you could build something, you're going to have variances no matter what, right? So there's definitely going to be variances on this site. I also agree with both the proponents and a lot of the opponents that this is obviously a great place to put some apartments. So that's really, I think absolutely we need to have some apartments here. It'll be great. And I think some of the variances are certainly supportable. I mean, obviously, given the location, there's no real need for parking, absolutely not. It makes sense to line up the front yard with the next door, the front wall with the next door neighbor. Those make sense. But I feel like an unusual site also needs a bit of consideration for the neighbors. It needs to fit. If you have an unusual site, you need to make sure that you fit the plans to the site. I think one thing I think specifically is the laneway suites. I really take the point of the neighbors that if this was their laneway suite, and it literally is in the location that their laneway suite would normally be, it would only be allowed one story. And it's not like it's close. It's 5.2 meters. It's barely even within the range for any laneway suite at all. So I think that asking for 2 stories there is not really reasonable. And also you could put a beautiful, huge laneway suite there just on the 1-story space, or even 2 small ones, as one of the opponents pointed out. So I think that's really significant. You know, that I know that rule doesn't apply literally to the case, but it is what the intention of that rule is to have the laneway suite be proportional to the amount of backyard space between it and the building that would have otherwise been there. And I think overall, I just feel like the scale of the variances is just too big for this committee. I mean, we're a committee of adjustment. We're supposed to be adjusting small things. 21 variances is an enormous amount. Some of these some of them are significant in themselves, like the lack of soft landscaping, for example. And I mean, I certainly thank you for the proposal for the, the green roof at something, but that's significant. And I think given this particular location, I think the depth is actually significant too. If you stuck to the allowed depth, you'd certainly allow more, so first of all, I think it's important to the neighbors to understand there's going to be a 3-story building here, and they're going to be looking at a wall. The people on the northern part of this strip, that's as of right, absolutely the case. But it is going to be quite a big imposition for them. It's going to be a big change, and it will affect their sunlight. And if you reduce the depth a little bit, then they would get more sun because they would be getting sun from the south. So I think that those are things that really need to be brought into mind. And I think the thing is that, as several of the opponents pointed out, you can build at least 5 units, possibly more, on this location with a lot fewer variances. And I feel like we've often seen the case where we refuse a variant application, we come back with a much better one that comes later, which will still provide a lot of new housing, generous spaces, but maybe takes the account more. And I think that it would be great also if the entrance was to the front. I think that would be beneficial for the residents, and I think it would be beneficial for the street as well, because obviously the character of the street is that people are able to come in and out in the front entrance. So I feel on the balance that I think we'd like them to come back with a better proposal with fewer variances. I feel like.
Okay. Thanks. I'll just weigh in briefly. First of all, thank you for all those great comments, excellent input, and thoughtful consideration. I will start off by looking at this one in a broader context, and looking at its juxtaposition relative to, and I think it was pointed out that these are walkable to 2 MTSAs. Major transit stations. They are walkable to Bloor Street and the amenities and the commercial and retail activity. that those afford. It is also walkable to Christie Pitts and other parkland. I think it is an excellent area for this kind of intensification, and it's we're going to be seeing more of these kinds of requests for infill and for rental accommodation in existing neighborhoods, and I think that fundamentally, I think we'd all agree that's fundamentally a good thing. I was struck by the proposal also proposing 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, which again, I think are the kinds of rental accommodation that suit themselves for insertion into existing neighborhoods and residential communities. It affords the opportunity for families and to be able to rent in these kinds of areas, which I think is a good thing. As Paul was saying, you know, this is, and I think you said, Dylan, as well, that there will be a 3-story dwelling here. It's as of right.
Is this 2 o'clock?
That this is, you know, a 3-story structure is permitted. You know, the agent was, I think, helpful in reducing what big concern of mine, which is overlook, particularly from rooftop decks, and I think the changes being proposed would certainly help that. So I frankly wasn't overly fussed by the main dwelling. I think, you know, adding 8 units into an existing neighborhoods of 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, I think is fundamentally a good thing. I think the variances associated with that, for the most part, are fine. I was a little bit concerned initially about the depth, and I think that's probably the biggest one in my mind that impacts this particular site. But again, it's an unusually, extremely unusual lot configuration where the depth depth spans what looks like 10 or 12 homes. So I wasn't fussed about the main dwelling. I appreciate that it's a lot, but again, I think that is a major contributor to the vitality of these kinds of neighborhoods. I think it's a positive to the neighborhood. I was initially concerned also about the laneway suite. I'm sympathetic to those who rear yard backs onto the laneway suite. They are large laneway suites, there's no doubt. When I was looking at the floor plans and the footprint, these are unusual. It's sort of like a semi garden suite or laneway suite, so it's a little unusual, and that does kind of contravene what the city's bylaws said. But again, this is a unique site, and I think it can handle too. I do think that the size of it, even though that the agent suggested a reduction, I think that's helpful. The green roof is helpful. I do think you could probably put two smaller units, which would reduce the impact on the area. I don't think necessarily needing it to be as large as they are or high as they are. Having said that, having the setback as proposed, I think fairly significantly minimizes the impact. The first story wall is already there. There's an existing garage there that the first story, and I think it actually has a little bit of a shed roof nature to it. So I don't see that as being detrimental because that's an existing condition, but you know, moving, I think, the second story back, I think, is helpful. So I appreciate everyone's concerns. I appreciate everyone's concerns, but on the whole, when I look at you know, what is being proposed, what the need is, the actual variances before us, the fact that there, you know, as of right is, with the exception of depth, there is an as of right envelope that could be built there. My own view is I don't see this application as dramatically exceeding what could be otherwise built there, and with the modifications that the agent has brought forward and suggested to us, I'm reasonably comfortable with this application. So, long-winded treatise, I'm sorry for that, but that was my view. So I will, does anyone else have any further comments? Okay, then I'll look to someone for a motion. So here?
Thank you, Chair. I'll throw my 2 cents worth in and move a motion to refuse the application.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to refuse. Do I have a
Through you,
second?
Mr. Chair, it'll be as amended.
Thank you, as amended. Motion to refuse by Mr. Byatt. Do I have a seconder? There is no seconder, so that, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, yes, then it is seconded. Motion to refuse by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Opposed? And I will abstain to avoid a tie. So the motion to refuse is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will commence at 3:10, or resume, sorry, at 3:10 p.m.
Okay,